Okay, I would like to call the Flint Board of Education Board Committee of the Whole meeting to order. The time is 6:33. Board members, as I call your name, please reply present for the public record. Joyce Ellis McNeil,
Present.
Adrian Walker,
Present.
Laura McIntyre,
Present.
Chris Del Marone,
Present.
Carol McIntosh,
Present.
Alan Gilbert,
Present.
and myself, Danielle Green, present. At this time, the board will hear any comments from the public. And I have one. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. Please remember to state your name and address for the public record before you begin speaking. Thank you. And I have Carrie Downs. Good evening.
The varsity boys basketball team for their win last night. Such a great game against International Academy. Again, my name's Carrie Downs. I'm the director of the Flint Community Education Initiative as led by Crim Fitness Foundation, and I have some updates for you today about the work that we've been doing. First, I want to bring it to your attention that we hold partner meetings at every single one of our schools to make sure that we are listening to the voice of our families, students, and community members, and that we're engaging partners along the way. I'll be sharing my packet of information with you tonight when I'm finished, so you'll have that schedule of partner meetings for each school. I'm super excited to highlight some of the work that was done at Brownell STEM Academy in December. They had 295 scholars participate in a 2-day STEM experience provided by STEM Genius. The kindergarten through 2nd grade scholars learned coding by programming a digital centipede, and the 3rd through 5th grade students studied amusement park science and engineering by building sections of a large Ferris wheel in teams, then combining them to complete a full project. To emulate the real-world engineering project, scholars adopted roles as supervisors, parts distributors, engineers to create an integral section of the Ferris wheel. The program was a central piece of Brownell's innovation project for 2021. Cultivating home libraries is a priority for all of our schools, but specifically at Freeman. They worked, the community school director at Freeman worked with school staff to ensure all scholars receive not just their electronic devices when we switched to distance learning, but they also made sure to provide books for every single student for those deliveries so that students could build their personal libraries at home. The community school director and principal at Holmes met with the program director from Central Michigan's Gaining Early Awareness and Readiness for Undergraduate Programs, Gear Up. The program director toured the campus and met with some 8th grade staff in preparation for the program. The group also discussed alignment between goals and objectives for Gear Up and Holmes College Readiness Program. The Holmes team is excited to improve students' college readiness through this partnership. Southwestern's Flint CI team rolled out several mentorship programs to serve a range of student populations. The Flint Jaguars Level Up is a group mentoring program with the focus on social emotional learning. Real Talk Girls is a mentoring group led by retired principal Dr. Maria Boyd Springer, focusing on mentoring students experiencing behavior challenges. Finally, Flint CI has forged a partnership with Rites to Passage, a community partner working to improve the lives of at-risk youth. These mentoring programs add great capacity to the school to provide social emotional supports, improve attendance, and reduce behavioral challenges. Community school director at Nethercutt, Tanessa Betts, forged a partnership with local partners, Priceless Dreams, to work with 6th grade classrooms. Composed of 2 professional women, the Priceless Dreams team assists with both academic tutoring and character education. They are a fine example of Flint residents stepping up to be caring adults for our students. I'd like to present the board with some informational packets about the work that we've been doing in community ed. May I share these with you?
Yeah, we got about 8 seconds left.
Yep,
So
I'm
you'll
all
be
set.
able to
I'll hand
speak-
this over. Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah. Okay, thank you, Ms. Downs. So I've just been informed that Johnson Control is here, and the board did ask them to come back and talk to us and answer some questions, but I'm gonna give them an opportunity to do that. It's not on the agenda, but I do want to give them an opportunity to speak with us and us to ask a couple questions.
Have we concluded the comments from the public?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ms. Downs? Yep, but we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do the question thing. We tried that last meeting. Didn't work out so well. Okay. Good evening, guys.
Good evening. Members of the board, administration. Thank you for bringing us back to talk about this project. Since we've got some newer board members, when this was developed approximately 2 years ago, I wanted to give a brief overview, and then we'll talk about what's been done, and then we'll talk about the work that has yet to be done that we're expecting, primarily cooling. Okay, can you see what's on the screen? I apologize for having to use the screen. It's just the easiest way for us all to see the same document. So this is the project as it was designed and built by Johnson Controls approximately 2 years ago. Phase 1 was primarily lighting, water conservation, building envelope, and then refurbishing air handlers, replacing boilers, things like that. Phase 2 was primarily to be air conditioning. And so we began with phase 1, implementing the things in yellow as you see there. The energy conservation system is complete. It's been complete for about a year now. We did refurbish air handlers, and I'll show some pictures of this as well. We refurbished air handlers at all the buildings that you see there with X's on them. We replaced a significant number of boilers. I think we replaced 18 boilers within the district. But phase 2 was not funded through the state. So we had to scramble, and about $4 million was taken out of our contract. So we had to make some changes to be able to get the air conditioning, because this body said air conditioning is the #1 priority with the balanced calendar. So lighting, as you can see, in the areas that are blue, there's a little legend on top, but the lighting was eliminated from the project, water conservation was eliminated, and then building envelope was eliminated so that we could fund the air conditioning. And so I'm going to go through kind of a photo tour to show, kind of the state before and what you have now. And then Mike Weefring next to me will go over the air conditioning, because that's the one project that's ongoing, and we're making really good progress with that. So. And I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. So this is the energy management system that you had before we got here. There's some of those systems you see there are 20 years old, some are 50 years old. And so there was a lot of, different generations that were in the same mechanical room, and it was difficult to find out or to determine which ones were still being used and which ones were not. But even the newest ones out there were 20 years old, so they needed to be replaced. They weren't functioning anymore. And so this is a typical control system that you have in your buildings now. It's a state-of-the-art building automation system that really everything that we did was to enhance the learning environment. Really, that's what we're all here for, right? Is to teach the kids. So enhance the learning environment, not only for the students, but the staff, so the staff can be effective. And you'll see some of the issues that you had as we go through this. So go ahead. So this is the state of some of the mechanical equipment before we arrived. And if you have any questions, Mike's team actually did the mechanical work, but the state of disrepair was pretty significant at most of the buildings in the mechanical rooms, which, it's out of sight. Most people don't see it, but these are the systems that produce the environment that I just spoke of. Next slide. And we'll go through these relatively quickly. This is some before and after of the air handling units. So this section will be air handling units, and I'll go through the boilers. But so this is Doyle Ryder. Go ahead to the next one. These are some of the systems at Freeman. Go ahead. And Brownell. And as we go through these, we did significant work on the air handlers, but there's a lot of other equipment in the mechanical rooms that we did not have enough funding for. So if you once you decide which schools you are truly going to keep for the long term, just to let this board know, there are other systems in these mechanical rooms that still need to be addressed. But these are the major pieces of equipment. Go ahead. And these are some of the air handlers in Eisenhower. You can see some of the equipment's missing. The air handlers are in pretty bad shape. The ones inside the air handlers are pretty bad shape. And once I'm done with this, I'll have Mike just give you a real quick idea of why don't we do that now, Mike? As we show these pictures, he's going to tell you what we did to each of these air handlers to make them look like, you know, what you had on the left to what you have now on the right.
So what we did on all the air handlers is we basically stripped everything out from the inside of the air handler. So you basically had a sheet metal box. Then we cleaned everything on the inside of the air handlers, drain pans that were bad. We replaced the drain pans. If there was any rust in the floors or the housings of it, we replaced all of that. We changed out the coils that were bad, the heating coils, and if they had cooling coils, if they were bad, we replaced those as well. And then we painted the inside of the units with an epoxy paint. And then we cleaned everything on the outside. We epoxy coated the outside. We changed motors. We changed valves. We changed the electrical components on the starters over to frequency drives. And then we put in MERV 13 filters on everything. So we put in all the filters. Some of the, you know, a lot of the units, someone had, you know, at one point in time stripped out all the filter racks. So we built filter racks so that we'd reinstall the filters. And then we put in the MERV 13, which is, you know, a fairly high efficiency filter as far as filtering out bacteria and contaminants in the air. So basically almost everything was new inside the unit. We basically kept the shell of it and used that as a starting point for us.
And most of these are 70-year-old units. So not much had been done in that time period. Go ahead. Just kind of round these out. There's Eisenhower, we saw Eisenhower. Nethercut, Pierce. So we did similar type of work in each one of these buildings. Potter, you can kind of see the filter racks where they didn't have filter racks, which was a little disturbing. Go ahead. And then, so from a boiler standpoint, I'll let you go through the boilers, Mike, since you guys did this work.
Yeah, so most of the boilers were, I'm going to say probably 30 to 40 years old. They were fairly beyond their useful life expectancy. Some of them, I think the newest boilers were probably 20 years old that were in there. So the boiler on the left that you're looking at is one of the older boilers, and then the one that you see in the middle is the new boiler that basically took the place of the old boiler. And then all the components on the right-hand side, those are VFDs. That's what actually controls the pumps inside the building that circulates the hot water throughout the facility. Doyle Ryder, yep, that's the right thought. Next one.
Good.
So this is Freeman. So again, you can see we're looking down. The picture on the bottom left is the boilers that were in there initially. And then you can see the piping, you know, up on the top left there. And then the bottom right are the new boilers that we installed. And then the new pumps, and then all the new piping and insulation that went along with it. And then this is Pierce again. Your left-hand picture are your original boilers. And then the right-hand picture are two new boilers. Now what we did at Pierce was we left one of the better of the older boilers there just in case there was an issue, a catastrophic failure, so it gave you a little bit more redundancy in with that. So we kept the best of the three and put in two new ones. And then down below on the left are the new pumps in that were added. This is Potter again, a picture from up above looking down at the boilers. And you can see the old boilers on the left, and then the new boilers and the piping, and then the bottom right are all the frequency drives that were added to control the pumps for the heat.
So that was kind of a photo tour of the mechanical room. So when we developed the project, this logger, it's kind of hard to see the numbers, but we logged a lot of the spaces just to determine what the temperatures were before we got started. So that kind of helped us with determining the baseline to be able to determine energy savings. But it also showed how poorly the HVAC system was working. So that average temperature in a lot of these classes, and this is the winter time, a lot of these average temperatures are around 80, 85 degrees. And so that's the winter time, which is not typically something you see, but when the controls aren't working properly, a lot of the valves will go wide open. And so they'll overheat spaces. Go to the next one. I apologize, this is even harder to see, but so the new control system has the ability to log temperatures. And so the line on the bottom is the red line, that's outside air. So that's just tracking the outside air. And those lines on the top, and look at the top graph, those lines on the top are all of your air handling units and representative zone sensor in the space. And those are all hovering around 70 degrees. See those dips? Those are for the air handlers that have the ability to set back at night so you can save energy when you don't have students and staff in those classrooms. So it's working really well. And you can adjust those. There's adjustments on the temperatures, but most of them are around 70 degrees. And then I think that's Brownell on the top, and then bottom, that would be admin. Good.
So this is the air conditioning that we started installing. So one of the challenges is that started doing the work at Brownell, there was a concern brought up on the piping that was being installed. It was exposed, and we had an Armaflex insulation on it initially, and that is still underneath that, which was black. And there's concerns about the potential of kids being able to hang on the pipe. So on the top right, or on the very top one, that's in a bathroom in Brownell, and that's with the vinyl jacketing over it. We just wanted to let you guys know what that looked like. And then again, that's Brownell, and that's in the hallway with the vinyl jacketing on it.
We want to talk about the covers.
Yeah, so yeah, yep.
You can talk about it.
Yeah, so a couple of months ago, we were at a board meeting to talk about the piping at Brownell, and we had a sample cover made up because of the concerns that were brought up about kids potentially trying to hang on the pipes. So we had brought sample covers up that would be able to snap lock over that and hide that piping. And then we provided a price to the district, I think a couple of weeks ago, on adding in the covers, but people wanted to see really what is it going to look like? What is the final product going to look like? You know, so these are, before the covers go on. So this is basically what the product's going to look like. That'll be the finished product throughout the schools when we're done.
And I think the covers were in a couple of different scenarios. You had mentioned, Mr. Jones, just putting them in bathrooms, whether you wanted to put them in bathrooms and hallways, whether bathrooms, hallways, and classrooms. So you get to make that determination, but you should have all the information.
So the other issue that we came across was because of the condition of most of the roofs on the schools that we're doing, putting the condensing units or the outdoor units on the roof really wasn't an option, because in the future, if you decided to go ahead and replace your roofs and upgrade your roofs, it would have created just probably 3 times the amount of work for your roofer to be able to do that and triple the cost on it. So decision was made to set the units outside and then put up a protective fence so that people couldn't get in and damage the units. So the bottom picture is, you know, basically the concrete pad Johnson Controls installed the concrete pad. That's where the outdoor units will sit. I believe that's at Holmes. And then that is a sample of the fencing that's going up. And the fencing contractor is contracted direct through Flint schools.
And they're just finishing this week, Pete?
Yep.
Yeah, so they're just finishing up those fences this week.
So we can,
Yeah, you go back one. Do you have any questions up till now on the work that was done? Yes, ma'am.
I'm still, can you go back to the piping in the bathroom?
Yep.
Just so I'm understanding. So you're telling me that this is the covering?
no. So that's so initially, when we installed the piping, we just had like a black colored Armaflex over it. And
I'm sorry.
yeah, so initially we just had a black Armaflex on it, which was kind of unsightly in its own manner. And, we were just letting people know that that wasn't the finished product, that we're going to have a vinyl coated jacket that would go over it that, makes it look like a nicer product. But we also said, so the covers that we talked about would actually snap over. I don't know if you're familiar with, the old lights that used to have where it had like a plastic cover that kind of locked over, and then you'd have to take that cover off to get to the bulbs. So basically our cover is similar to that. Would be painted white, and it would basically lock in over that so that the pipe wouldn't be hidden. So that the pipe would be hidden, so you wouldn't be able to see it.
It almost looks like a white metal tray that would pop into place. So it basically looked like a rectangle.
Yep.
A white metal rectangle over that. So you don't see the pipe or the hangers or anything.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, that looks awful. Well, so tell me this, the covering that you're talking about, it was presented to the district, and that's going to be like a different price, or it's going to be additional cost for the
Yes.
district?
Yes.
Yeah, that wasn't included in the original scope of work 3 years ago.
Okay. Do we know how much that extra cost is? Or that's something we still working on?
No.
No, I don't remember off the top of my head, but Mr. Jones does have that
Okay.
information.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Mr. Plastic, Laura, go ahead. Ms. McIntyre.
Thank you
Uh-huh.
for this. My question, I'm confused. So when we submitted an RFP, or we put out an RFP for the work that needed to be done, you bid for the project, and the project had a certain price. And it was, I wasn't on the board, so I'm not quite sure what all the specifics were. I would really like to see that RFP and what you said you would pay for with a certain price. But it was assumed, I think any normal person would assume that you even called that this wasn't a finished product, and the finished product would include a casing. So you bid for an RFP and you didn't include, why did you not anticipate, if you're making a bid for the RFP that we put out, why don't you do the research and know that you can't do what you bid for, given the state of our ceilings, and that we're going to incur additional costs for covers to cover an unfinished product?
So when I said that it was an unfinished product, it was in reference to the black Armaflex that was on there. So it was always the intent that there would be a white vinyl jacket that would go over it. So it wasn't reflective of the covers.
And is that finished?
That is the finished product. That is a white vinyl jacketing on the piping.
Okay. Didn't he, I'm confused,
Me now, I'm confused too.
because I thought you just said that wasn't the finished product.
No, initially, when the issue came up a couple of months ago at Brownell, we had just started the installation of the refrigerant piping in the units. And a concern was brought up on how it looked with that. And what we explained was that wasn't a finished product, that we didn't have all the insulation and the vinyl jacketing that would go over it. So there was concerns brought up at the same time that, kids might try to jump up and grab onto the
One
piping.
person concerned that, but so did you or did you not just say to President Green that was not the finished product? I'm
No,
confused.
if I did, I misspoke, but
I think Mike was referring to the last meeting we had that
Right.
showed the black insulation on there.
Right.
And the finished product is with this white vinyl jacket.
correct.
The concern that children would jump up and grab the pipes was something that had just come up. And so we were asked to come up with a solution for that. And
That was a negligible, that was just an off comment aside that was expressed, and I don't think it was shared by the majority of the board. I think it was something that was just kind of put out there. I mean, the idea was that we expect you to complete the project as put forth by the RFP. And so my issue is, and the question I'm asking you is why you did not know or anticipate the fact that there would be these problems with having pipes on the exterior that then would then have to be dealt with additional costs. So when you replied to our RFP, you put in the bid for doing the work, period. And now the work is going to require an additional cost that now you're going to give us a new estimate for?
It's only going to cost additional if you choose to put covers over it. Okay. And in the schools where most of this piping is exposed, you've got piping exposed in all the classrooms. You've got conduit that runs along the walls. You've got heating piping that runs along the walls. You've got city water that runs along the walls.
I understand, but we're choosing to cover these pipes because they weren't able to be where we initially expected them. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is that they fulfilled the RFP, and then there was an issue about the pipes needing that particular cover on it. We as a board, and I believe we agreed to that, to get those extra, what would it look like? So you're saying that these covers here, when you first presented, they was blank.
Correct.
And then now you got the white covering on it. Now, keep in mind that it was a discussion that, and I don't know if we voted on it or not, that we should get these extra cover. And they were specific saying that it would cost more money to do that. I remember that conversation. Am I correct? To get those covering.
correct.
And I think what I'm hearing you saying is that if we just do the ones in the bathroom and those in the hallway, not do because if you go into your schools, you're going to see pipes pretty much anyway. So if you go into school, you're going to see them pretty much anyway. But I think what the conversation was, I can see them jumping and throwing stuff on the pipes. And you're saying that you're going to do these covers in the bathroom and the hallway, we're going to incur extra expense. That's my understanding?
Yeah, the original design is what you see here.
Yeah. And I think President McIntosh, you brought this up. I believe that we kind of agree, and I don't know if we voted on it, that we would look at what it would cost for these extra covering. Am I correct? Yeah, and so it was a discussion about it. I think they fulfilled their RFP to that point, that's when the discussion came up. But I think everything else was in order because our building was so old, and you explained it very well why you had to put, while we was running those pipes. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So you want to?
Yeah, I don't know if many of you remember, but they brought the example here to the board meeting, and we discussed it. And yeah, they brought a white sample. I think it was white.
Yes.
Yeah, a white sample. It's a cover that will cover those pipes. But what we wanted to make sure of is that we saw the finished product before we determined to make this purchase.
Okay.
So now that they're showing us the finished product, now we can talk about these numbers and how much it would cost. So to do them all would be $388,000.
So that's the question you was asking me.
Let Laura finish what she.
I'm sorry.
I just, yeah, so that clarified a bit for me, but I would like to go through the minutes and see what we actually agreed on or didn't agree on, because I know part of it was before the entire board that we have here now. Yeah, so does that answer my question that maybe I'll need to look at the RFP, because I'm not quite sure if they put in a bid to complete the project and we're not happy with the final
Yeah, that's what the
product,
problem
but
was.
isn't it, okay. So, yeah.
What I'm understanding is you think they should have anticipated some covers.
I think given their level of professional expertise and their involvement with the Flint Community Schools, knowing the layout of the building, that it should have been included in the like their response to the RFP. It's like, this is what we need. And they said, yeah, we can do it. We can do this. Here's our prices. And but there's not with I guess the expectation that it wouldn't look aesthetically as displeasing as it does. I mean, all of us were kind of shocked at the aesthetic outcome and the potential hazards that it may or might not have for the scholars in our district. That's my point.
Thank you. Thank you. Pastor Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a couple, 2 or 3 questions. Is there alarms in the system for perceived failures, or what is to make efficient place? The principals, the superintendent, and even perhaps this board would need to like to know, at least I would like to know what that looks like. Because what that does is it inherently protects the bodies in that school. Right? Right? And so I think it's important that we kind of get down to the real nitty gritty of it and what that entails. And also the safety concerns for the scholars. Now, I know the students have no business dealing with equipment in the school. That would be some type of disciplinary action would probably be taken against them. But they do need to know, for safety concerns, what the protocol, what it looks like. If an alarm goes off or something happens, who do they contact? I mean, I don't know how you go about that, but I don't think we should leave any stone unturned. So that's my 3 main questions. And along with Sister Laura's question about the anticipation of added costs to the district. And that needs to be broke down, I think, if it's in the RFP, but also line by line. I think it's important to be more transparent, more out front of it, so that we can meet whatever deadlines that we need to meet. I'm good.
Thank you. I'll answer your 2 first, and I'll respond to Ms. McIntyre. So as far as alarms go, so the new building automation system does have capability of alarming. There are alarms on the boilers as far as safety goes. A lot of the alarms are on really temperatures that are going, too high, too low. And those alarms go to the building automation system, which I believe first go to Mr. Medor. He's been trained on the system. And we can certainly train others, but one of the things that we want to make sure, or really it's up to the district, when too many people get their hands on the system, then a lot of things start to get changed and it's hard to track. So our responsibility is to train those that are in charge of maintenance, which would be Peter Medor. We can certainly train whoever else Pete wants to, but we leave that up to the district on who else we train. Or he gets to decide who else gets to use the system, see it. You can set up users so they can just see the system and they can't touch it. And you can set up users that have all access, some access, but that would be up to Pete to determine what that is. As far as maintenance goes, we do some of the maintenance, actually much of the maintenance on the system, and there are schedules for that. That's a whole separate contract. And we work directly with Pete again for that. You don't have a very large maintenance staff, so we deal directly with Pete on all these things. And if you have any, I guess, further questions, you can certainly contact Pete, or Pete can come up here. And then Ms. McIntyre, to your question, so what you see here was the design, and we went over the design with district staff. Unfortunately, there has been a overturning of staff since we got here. I think Pete is our 6th or 7th facility director. But all the designs were gone through with staff, and the decisions were made on what to do and what not to do. And so this is the design that was approved by the district. Does that answer your questions?
Board Member McIntyre.
The concern over at Brunel was not,
McIntyre, sorry. The thing is blocking you.
Oh, yeah, you got it right.
Sorry.
the concern at Brunel was not a concern of mine, but of the occupants of the building. They are hanging low in the hallways is why the cover situation even came up, because they are some of the lowest hanging pipes, which is in the reach of the students. And we can't watch them at all times. So that was the concern. And I thought initially the piping was going to be in the ceiling. For whatever reason, something came up and they ended up not running them through the ceiling. And I don't know who approved that. If it was approved or whatever, it was kind of like an aftershock. And then we found out that the jackets were supposed to go over them. And we voted, I do think it came before the board, and we did take a vote for the coverings. But I'm like them, I thought you just said that that was the final project. So now I'm trying to figure out how will that casing go over the additional piping, and what is it adhering to?
So if you look at the piping, you can see where there's 3 hanging spots there. And what's holding the pipe up is unistrut, okay? And the covers that we would make would actually snap lock onto the unistrut there. And if there wasn't enough to support it properly, then we would add additional unistrut to help lock that cover in place. So it's nothing that we really have to come back and redo. Additional hanger would be, on a case-by-case basis. And I do want to reiterate that putting the piping in the ceiling was never an option for us, because all of your radiant heat is in the ceiling. So putting it up in the ceiling was never an option. And again, to Dan's point, we did make sure through our final design on how stuff was going to be run, even before we ran the first piece of pipe, that it was going to be exposed up there, because we had no other way to be able to do that. And again, putting it up on the roof was not an option to do that because of the overall condition of the roof. Because we'd have been making multiple penetrations through the roof, and then when the time came for you to do your roof, it would have cost, and I think Pete even has or there's a letter or a note from your roofing contractor who does most of your roofing that basically said, if you put this piping on the roof, then you might as well take the roofing prices that we've given you and just triple those, because of the work that it'll cause them to incur on it. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again for coming in tonight. I just have a question about the overall system as a whole as it relates to our school district. And that question is just, do we have a fully functional system from a heating and cooling perspective? Because like a lot of the other board members, I remember in late fall walking through the buildings and seeing the units, but also you all coming in and saying there's certain parts that you needed in order for the system to be fully functional. Is around the time that we were having our heat days and wondering what's going on from there. So I understand the heating side, but wanting to know from a cooling side, and if it's not fully functional yet, what's an estimated timeline for that to be complete? Because, we've been out of the school buildings for a long time. Now our scholars are back. I just don't want to have the same situation that we had when it starts to get warm outside and we're dealing with these issues. So just wanted to know from that perspective.
So, excuse me. So the plan is to be 90% complete, and I'll explain the difference between the 90 to 100, no later than April 15th. Our plan is that we're going to be starting up the air conditioning on April 15th in the schools and starting everything so that we can put final refrigerant charges in. In the wintertime, you can't really do a good commissioning or start up on the equipment because it's just too cold to do it. And you can't really trim your charges out. So the plan is to start in, the beginning to mid-April. And then by the middle of May, we will be 100% through all the units, have them commissioned, started up, and fully charged and ready for the summer.
So from a materials standpoint, do we have everything we need? Because I know there, again, COVID supply chain issues. Do we have everything in house? That way, once the weather breaks, you all can do what you just mentioned.
Yep, we have all the material that we need. We just finished ordering and got delivered the final refrigeration piping that we need to get into the rest of the schools.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. The first one is, the contract that we have with Johnson Control presently, is maintenance included in that contract? Because it alarmed me. We said we got to do another contract. So do we have any kind of maintenance included in this?
You have a maintenance contract. It's separate from this contract because once we're done installing, this contract is done. Maintenance obviously needs to happen on an ongoing basis. So technically they're separate pieces of paper, but yes, you do currently have a maintenance contract.
Okay, and I know I heard you talk about air and all that stuff, but ventilation is a big concern of mine and it's been one. So once everything is done, our ventilation approximately go from what to what? Is it like a percentage thing, or how does it affect the ventilation?
So from a ventilation standpoint, what we have done with your buildings is make them like new again in terms of the ventilation systems.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they, whether the requirements have changed or not since COVID started, like I've seen all over the map, but it's suggested. But as far as codes, that's something we can look at to see if the original designs should be upgraded. They don't have to be upgraded, but should they be upgraded, we can take a look at that. But we put everything back into like it was new when they built the building, which is all we can do with the equipment that you've got, unless you're going to revamp the entire systems. But there may be tweaks that we can make if necessary, but right now they're working as if they were new when they were built.
So when you guys walked through the buildings and did whatever you had to do, did we consider what the ventilation was, and will we be able to tell what it is once you guys get done? Will we be able to see what that improvement looks like?
So you could probably answer this better than I can.
So it was tough to do before reading. So generally what we do is we'll take before readings on what an air handler is putting out. Okay. So that we can understand where it's at, because we always want to know that when we start. But I would say 80% of the equipment was in such bad shape that our readings would have been negligible on what we were doing. So when we got done, okay, we took readings off of the fans and what they were doing to make sure that they were match what the design of the equipment was to put out CFM wise. Now, we also did, because I forget, it might have been a year ago when COVID first came out, we were trying to determine what the air changes were in the rooms, because people wanted to know, what are we getting for air changes in the room? And I believe, and I could go back and check that. So the way that your system is designed, you have air handlers that are pretty much dedicated to provide fresh air into the rooms. That's all they do. Your heat's in the ceiling, and then most of your air handlers are just to bring in fresh air. And they were designed that way when the system went in, the way most schools are designed. So we spot checked some of the rooms on what we were getting for air coming in, which was fresh air, and then did the calculation on it to find out what the air turns were on that. So and I forget what they were, but they were pretty good in relationship to where the school was and the age of the schools. But we can certainly, spot check more rooms on that, on what we're getting for the fresh air coming into the spaces based on the size of it, and determine what the air changes are.
Yeah, please.
Per hour.
Yeah, I
Sure.
would like to know that. Thank you.
Yep.
But you're certainly getting fresher air now than when we started, because as Mike said, a lot of the units, some of the units weren't even running.
Right.
And a lot of them were in pretty bad disrepair.
Okay. Mr. Demerol?
So on the thermostats, can they be controlled remotely?
Yes, yeah, they can be controlled remotely from, they're web-based, so Pete could do it from Hawaii if he wanted to.
Yeah, so if we have some bad weather while we're down for a couple weeks for Christmas, we need more heat, we can turn it up.
Yes,
Whatever.
Yep.
Okay. And so the heat is being, let me say, dispensed through, help me out.
Radiant ceiling panels.
I'm sorry, what?
The heat is in the ceiling, so the radiant heating panels. Basically, your piping loop is up in the ceiling,
Okay.
and you have the perforated metal ceiling, so it allows the heat to come down through there.
Okay. On its own?
Yes.
I'm just thinking heat rises and,
Nope, it's all on its own, and trust me, it works really well.
so there's no, what do I want to say? There's no vents?
It's not fan assisted.
Okay.
So that's why, when we're talking about the fresh air, there's air handlers that, and you might have an air handler that handles the east side of a building that provides fresh air into the classrooms. And then there's one dedicated to the west side that brings in fresh air. And then that air gets tempered in the wintertime so that you're not bringing in 0-degree air. It's trying to discharge, put in 70-degree air. It's got a heating coil in it, so it heats the outside air temperature up before it introduces it into the room. Oh, yeah. Yep. And so that was one of the things that we looked at 3 years ago when they wanted to add air conditioning was, is the ductwork big enough or would it suffice to be able to put the air conditioning right in where the outside, what was providing your makeup air? And it wasn't, because again, it was just sized for that amount of air that was required for the outside air. And then the other thing was a lot of the ductwork's not insulated because there's no air conditioning with it. It never got insulated. And on the heating side of it, you don't really worry too much about heating it from that standpoint when it's for fresh air. So
New, or is it the existing?
it's all the existing ductwork.
The existing. Was that cleaned out?
We only cleaned from the mechanical room back. We didn't inspect all the ductwork going forward out into the system.
So I mean, that could be filled with dust and who knows what.
Yes, it's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of work that can be done yet in these buildings. We had to stay within the energy savings that we were creating by doing this work. So we had to cut it off somewhere. And so it was determined by the district and Johnson Controls that we kind of cut it off at the mechanical room. And then when you get additional funding, then we can start going further out and doing some of that work.
And what are some of those additional things that we would want to look at? Cleaning the ductwork?
Gosh, I'd say electrical switch gear is a big one.
Yep.
Cleaning the ductwork. There's some other miscellaneous items in the mechanical rooms. I'm not sure if you've anything else out in the space.
No, I would say the big thing is there's miscellaneous pumps and motors that weren't touched in the projects. The schools at Northwestern, I know that there's some major concerns with some of the piping for the steam and the condensate, and we had documented that with the prior administration. So there's several things. I'd have to go back to, some of the notes in that we took on it. But I would say if the district was looking at it, your electrical switchgear is probably an area that you should really look at and focus on, because that's pretty much original to what was installed in these schools.
And then the other things that were cut out of the project, converting to LED, that's a pretty good energy saver. It will give you more consistent lighting throughout, probably windows, roofs, obviously. So there's a pretty good side laundry list of things that still need to be done.
We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well,
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to call the Human Resource Committee of the whole meeting to order. I will now call on Ms. Rubin to present items to the board.
good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I seek a motion and a second to move action item 1.2 personnel recommendations to the regular board meeting
So
on
moved.
February
Oh,
16th.
So moved.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Brother Del Moroni?
I'm just wondering, I would think the motion should come from the board. But you can't hear me? Oh, yeah. I would think the motion should come from the board and not from the administration.
Oh, Pastor Gifford, is that against it? You saying it should come from Pastor Gifford, is that what you're saying? Who made it second?
Well,
I didn't hear a second either. I just.
So she's seeking one, but the motion does come from the board, but she's seeking one.
Yeah,
Okay.
He's seeking a motion.
right.
All right.
And I so moved it.
Second.
now the second part, I don't know.
I second.
I thought I heard it.
I didn't hear it. She said, she just said.
Good. I think we have a motion on the floor.
Is there a motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved it and seconded.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah.
Sister Carolyn?
Right here where for Miss Monica Hicks Jackson, it says, a 61-day advancement. Exactly what is that about?
So I know that there was some conversation in the last board meeting about guest teachers. So when we have our guest teacher program, they first start off at the sub rate. And at that time, it was $125 a day. It has now been up to $145. So you might see some differences where one person is $125, $145, because we've increased that. But for your first 60 consecutive days without any absences, you're paid at the sub rate. After the 61-day advancement without any absences in that same assignment in the guest teacher program, you flip to the teacher contract. So that is the beginning salary for a master's degree as step 1 with benefits. She is now an official district employee in the teacher program.
That's the salary for a master's degree
Step 1.
for a guest teacher?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Wait.
No.
Do you have some more questions about that?
No, I'm trying to take it in because I'm still like the 60-day advance. So the 61-day advancement, is this retroactive or?
No, it starts on day 61.
Okay, so what is the advancement part then? What is that?
125 a day to the salary amount.
Of 145, of 39,545.
Right. And I don't know what that exact daily rate is, but I could get you a chart to show it if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any further discussion? Dr. McNeil?
So my understanding that this person is going into your certification program for the board,
Yes, ma'am.
and she already holds a master?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She holds a master and she wanted to be a school counselor, and we got her from Wayne. I think it's Wayne or Oakland, but we got her in college. She was already in the counseling program
Okay.
and she has a mentor. And so she has agreed to be hired and stay on as a counselor for the district.
Okay.
She's filling a vacancy.
How long has she been in the district?
This year, this is her first year in the district. Doing the guest teacher program.
Any further discussion?
Yep.
Brother Chris?
So this 61-day advancement, it's not an advancement in pay, but it's an advancement for higher pay?
It's yes, it is an increase in pay, sir.
Okay. And
She's going from 125 a day to
Right.
the salary rate
got it.
204.89 plus benefits.
Thank you.
And that's the first increment on the teacher scale.
On these other salaries, for some of these other positions, I see 111,000 plus dollars, some with the stipend. How is that salary determined?
So each category has we have pay scales in human resources, historical pay scales. Some are advanced to steps 1, 2, or 3 based on district knowledge or district experience.
Okay.
So for an exempt administrator that you are speaking of, that could be based on historical knowledge that they're providing for the position
Okay, and
and to remain competitive.
sure. And those come from a contract.
What do you mean by contract? As a district employee, an exempt is
Yeah, so
at will.
when they're moving to the higher rates, how is that determined? Is that because there's a contract that says that, or if we have a board thought that $111,000 was, let me say, too much or not competitive enough, who makes that change? Who could make that change?
As a superintendent.
The superintendent. So the superintendent determines the amount that they're being paid,
Based on the pay scales that we have in place.
which is set by the superintendent.
Historically, they've been in the district since before
Yeah,
so.
okay. No, I don't know.
And
So-
under the job analysis from the previous administrator, she did do a complete analysis of the district, the previous HR administrator,
Okay.
and based on competitive and similar positions across this county and across the state.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Can I just, I think I saw that job analysis in that budget that we approved. I believe that it was provided from the previous HR person, and I think it was in our budget when they did the analysis of all the jobs. I think I saw that. I don't know if it was included in our budget, but I did request that, and people can look at that. That's how they came, then my understanding, it came up. But I just had one more question. Now, this person, back to this guest teacher. So once they complete this program, do that pay changes from the 39,000 once they get that certification?
No, no.
Once they get
They are now a teacher and their pay changes and increases as the teacher contract
According to
allows.
the union, okay.
Right, so we're in negotiation, and if the teachers get a increase or whatever happens, it would apply to her as well.
Now, would that include that bonus? Would that person be entitled to the, those opera fund, those ESSA fund bonus of the, I think what, $7,500 increments
At the end of the year,
at the end of this year?
pertaining to when they were hired,
Uh-huh.
and that's gonna be in this portion, the next section of my
Okay,
board packet. But yes, because they would then become a district employee and would have worked the timeline.
okay.
Okay, so, like Ms. Galloway, she's been here just this year, right? This is her first year. How long she been in the district, you say?
Ms. Galloway?
Because I don't think she was with us at the beginning of the year, was she?
No,
So, right, so how long has she ain't been here?
We were talking about the guest teacher though, right?
No, she's.
you said Ms. Galloway.
now.
Yeah,
So you only get the bonus based on when you were hired in that time frame. So no, we won't go back and give her all the bonuses that everybody else received, but the bonus was broken up into 3 sections.
Right.
So if she's hired in time enough for that 3rd section, she will get the final one in June.
Okay, and that was supposed to be based off if they were here a year. And then I know we botched the negotiation for that because we voted on that as a board that they had to agree to stay in the district for 3 years, and that was not included in the contract. So before we continue to hire people and they're entitled to this stipend, it seems like we should get our loose ends tied up. And then if she's just coming here and she ain't been here a year, I mean, it seems like we would have a succession plan to see how she performs instead of bringing her right in. Is this the top of the pay scale for this? The 111, is that the?
That is step 1 on the
So step
executive.
1 means that's not the top of the pay scale then?
No, that's the beginning of that position. Every executive director or every executive that is hired starts at step 1.
Okay. So she haven't been here a year and she gonna start out at 111 and we don't know what her performance is gonna be like. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, can we start her at 100,000, 90,000 and then see how she perform, and is that a possibility? I mean, or give her at least a year on the job. I mean, she said that I mean, it's only what, January? I don't think she's been here a whole year, so.
She's not hired.
Ms. Galloway has
She's
not.
even hired yet.
Oh, we bringing her in now. I'm thinking she
Right.
changing from another
Yeah,
job.
HR, yeah.
I got it mixed up with from too. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's it. Well, I still think 111 is high and we haven't seen no form of performance, but okay, if that's what the standard is.
And I would like to kind of give you some points on that.
Okay,
It's going to be prorated.
okay,
So
okay.
it's not like she's just supposed to get $111,000. She's getting that prorated
The
minus
portion
the day.
left for the year, I got you.
Yes, for
Okay.
245
Okay.
days. So if she starts July 1 and then works a whole year. There you go.
I got you. I'm with you now. Okay.
Sister Laura, you have the floor.
So, yeah, let me just piggyback on what Carol was saying to clarify on some of this information. The 20 work is being rewarded in 3 increments, depending on if they had worked already, if they stayed, and if they were continuing to stay. So I don't understand why new hires are now eligible for this COVID benefit from
That's right.
2020, 2021.
I agree.
So that's not what I agreed to, and it's not what my understanding of the board agreed to. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we still need to pursue the employees who left, who took the bonus without fulfilling the requirements. And I haven't seen any forward movement on that. So I am reluctant this will come up in the next item agenda, because when we talk about the stipend, about the second payment, we need to really have a long and hard discussion about that because we've messed up the first payment so bad. Okay, the second thing, when we're talking about historical pay scales, I have to remind myself to be a little patient, because when there's something that somebody wants to get done in the district, they talk about how that's the precedent. That's the way it is. That's the way it's been. This is historical. And yet, when one of the board members tries to go back and find some of the historical details about a particular grant or about a particular policy, we can't find any information whatsoever. I also think that it's shameful that there's such a huge discrepancy between the executive salaries and the teacher salaries. Am I to understand that a guest makes $1,500 per year and that that's quote unquote competitive with pay scales around the rest of the state or the country? I don't think it is. In fact, I've seen research that would indicate otherwise. And so to make an argument that the executive salaries need to be competitive and our teacher salaries are so woefully non-competitive, like I said, is shameful. And so I would like to really take a long, hard look about why we have someone starting at $111,000 for a non-teacher position and a teacher starting at $39,000. I don't think that that's right. I don't, and whether or not it's the historical precedent or the pay scale, then it's something that it's in our power to change because it's not right. And so to Carol's point, can we start them at 110, 99,000? Like, there's, and the answer is yes, we can. The answer is absolutely. We can have a discussion with the superintendent. We can look at it as a board. This doesn't have to, we don't just have to go with, oh, well, that's the way it's been done. This is historical precedent, because there's too many things historically that are really troubling about this district that need to change. The third thing is why we have a district of less than 3,000 students. Why are we still so top heavy executive level wise? Why do we need an executive director of academics for a school district of less than 3,000 students? I know why we need an executive director of human resources. That makes sense to me. But when I'm looking at the job description and the job duties of the executive director of academics, I'm not very impressed with what's being done. I don't think we need someone to go to a multitude of conferences throughout the year to keep abreast of educational pedagogy and updates. I mean, I know what that means. And again, in an ideal world, that might be nice, that might be a bonus necessary when we're talking about $388,000 for pipe covers, right? So that's my other question, is we have coming before us these recommendations for employment. For the curriculum, you know, in conferences around the country. Although that would be nice as a bonus, maybe in a time when we're not dealing with a global pandemic and almost $400,000 in pipe covers and things like that. So those are the three things: the historical pay scale, looking at the structure of administration to teaching and whether it's necessary or warranted, and then the stipend, which I think is a discussion that will carry over into the next agenda item.
Any further discussion?
Oh, I'll be quick. I share Trustees McIntyre's sentiments, especially as it relates to the need for teachers to be compensated more, right? I also understand like the conversations that we're having with unions and everyone else as it relates to that. All of our lives have been shaped by teachers. But with that being said, as it relates to, I think there's a supply and demand issue as it relates to talent. And I'm all for, again, making sure that we're holding people accountable to what we're paying them. But we also have to make sure that we're competitive to be able to compete with other school districts for this short supply of talent that exists as it relates to the positions that we need to fill. I was impressed by the resumes that I saw within our packet. But again, I agree that it's my hope that, again, teachers need to be compensated well. It's baffling to see the 39,000 for a master's. It just isn't right. But I'll leave it at that.
Any further discussion?
Yes, just through you to board president, to Kevin, superintendent. Is it possible to get the number of administrators, number of teachers in the districts and the cost of their total compensation package? Sure. Okay. And, the other thing is I've always said, I recognize the need of competition, but sometimes we get in a position, and I think we're there, that, a job position might be worth, let's say, X amount of dollars, competition or not. But as a district, we may not be able to afford that. And so we're kind of, our backs are to the wall, but, even though it's maybe the right thing to do as far as the pay, if as a district we can't afford it, we need to take a look at that and how to work around it, work with it. But that's it.
Thank you, Brother Chris. Sister Carolyn?
I'll be brief. Also, we need to look at the salaries we need to look at the whole thing while we're looking at our structure. And also, Mr. Pete was supposed to be on a special assignment for Doral Ryder. And the reason he wasn't hired as the Director of Operations and Ancillary Services, I thought, was because he didn't have the qualifications. Now, I could be wrong on that, but I remember us voting on him doing a special assignment. So I think we should look at that and make sure that we're in line with that and make sure that we do have all our people in place with the proper qualifications. So I would like for us to look into that while we're hiring. Let's make sure we cover all the important bases. As far as academics go, I know that's important that we keep up and all of that, but I'm like the rest of the board. Our teachers aren't making enough, and we're bringing people in and we don't know what their performance is like, and they're coming in making six figures, which is fine if that's what it costs for, but let's see if they can perform, give us a six-figure performance. I'm not against them making the money if they can do the job. I mean, if they perform, but we've paid people six figures and we're not getting a return for what we're spending out. Let's make sure that we're going to be able to move the district forward. I don't know what we can do about this, but I think we need to look at a succession process, or I don't know. I think we need to have a more lengthy discussion. I'm done. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I know that we've discussed before about separating the job assignments and voting on them individually. Is there some way to be able to do this? I guess I'm asking, can I make a friendly amendment? Or I'd like to make an amendment to the motion on the floor that we separate the executive employment from the changes of assignment for the teachers and the retirement resignations and offers rescinded, so that we have two separate items to vote on. We're not voting on them in total.
Second. Was that a motion, Ms. Laura?
What?
That was a motion.
I'd like to make
Okay,
a
second.
comment.
You've heard the motion by Sister Laura. It's been properly seconded by Sister Carolyn. Any further discussion?
I would like, can we continue discussion on this?
Yes, this is just a
Okay.
friendly amendment.
Okay. As a board member, I have no problem with the executive director of human resources. You look at that qualification, very well, when it comes to HR. You can't beat that. Always room for learning as we go. When we got down to our changes of assignment for our guest teachers, I still struggling with that, 39 and 35, but I don't know what how increasing this person salary would affect how that union contract is already going. So if we gave this person more money right here, where are our other employees? So then we're gonna have to start to changing. And I think sometimes what we have to look at, this is me speaking, sometimes we're looking at these ELSA fund and it appears that we're doing okay and we can do this, but that ELSA fund does not depict exactly where we at. I do struggle with executive director of academic because I really don't quite understand looking at what the requirement. But then we also have to look at Miss Kiana has been doing all of this as an intern. So we bringing her in as assistant superintendent. And so she's been operating on this, in my understanding that this person would take over that responsibility. Is this clear?
I've been doing the academic work
Okay, all right.
along with the other work that I have, getting help from the Office of Academics, who is mostly, the DIS team is mostly paid out of a grant. So we've been just pushing the work, continuing to do the work. As I spoke to you all in the last board meeting, the purpose of the director of academics is the testing, is the, we have NWEA, we have KR, well, we're not gonna have KR, but we have DIBELS, we have a lot of testing work, we have a lot of curriculum work, and all of that work has to be checked, it has to be right. As the assistant superintendent, I was over academics and I could not do it alone. It was a lot of work. You have the Head Start work, the pre-K work, and someone has to ensure that this work is being done. Principal work, assistant principal work. This is what the director of academics, they will not do it all. I actually will be sharing principals with them because I feel like I need to make sure that I'm a part of the work that the principals are doing. But it's daily work. It's not just, something we threw together. It's daily work that needs to be done and needs to be kept up. And so that's the reason why we have someone specifically making sure our academics, you got K3 literacy, you have the 3rd grade reading law, you have all of those things that have to be, made important, but at the same time, on the other hand, the superintendent has to also do the other work we're doing, the community work, stay focused on moving the district forward, the strategic plan. And so it's not just throwing someone in there, it's making sure that we have someone with a master's in curriculum and instruction, and also a master's in leadership that can actually help us move this along. And so the pay scale, if you want to talk about the pay scale moving forward, I think that should be a future conversation. However, when we put these jobs up, we would probably have to end up going back and redoing this because I don't know that these people would, that we have before us would accept something that was not there in the first place. And so I want to say to the board, I have you all for until November. And for me, it's about moving the work and getting some things done. And right now, myself and the team that we currently have is carrying as much as we possibly can carry. And so if we want to look into the future of changing how our pay scale, changing how we do this business, it's really difficult to move what we need to move at this moment if we're not moving with the work we have. And so that's where I am in my head as far as trying to move with the advisory committee, move with the work that we're doing to build, renovate. Right now, we're covering all these things and trying to do that work as well. And so that's where we are.
Okay, and I understand all of that, and I am in agreement with everything, and you're 100% right. No matter where you go across the board, Flint School is in a very difficult position because they can't keep nurses, we can't get teachers. Every district that I have been in and talking to, the pay scale and the demand for these people are very high. And it's just to the point that we have to work with what we got. And I like to see the initiative that you are taking your guest teachers, and because I was a guest teacher in the district for a while, that you're taking those guest teachers and grooming them and getting them ready. I'm looking at the future. I'm not looking at we're going to have 3,000 kids. I am not even thinking about that. But we are going to have these schools packed. We have spent a lot of money getting our district together. Yes, these, you might look at them kind of high, but if you got anybody got master's degrees, and especially looking at Ms. Galloway and Ms. Deanna, who has been in the district working, I could not even argue, in my opinion, that pay, if you want to look at it. And I want the teacher guest pay to go up, but then I have to look at how is the bargain union, how is this going to affect the union? And we had that problem when we was giving out raises, and everybody got this sheet here, what everybody makes that they gave out, they sent it out. And there are some people on this sheet that I would like to see get up a little bit. But then we have to be considered, I didn't understand that union contracts.
So we are in a wage reopener, and that information is it has to come to you for approval. So we are in a wage reopener. Actually, the team is going to be meeting tomorrow while we're here with MASB, but we are in a wage reopener, and we have not shut the door to that. We just have to negotiate, because you got to understand too, when you talk about teachers, you're not talking about one person. We're talking about how many teachers?
206.
And that's not to say that not 206 people matter, they do, but we have to also, look at how, look at this wage reopener in a mindset that we can do it. Look at the money we have currently coming in, look at the whole scope. I think Ms. McIntyre, you talked about that, looking at the whole scope of things, trying to make sure that the business we're doing is going to add children back to our district. And so one thing touches another. And so we are looking at what we can do for our teachers at this time.
Any further discussion on that?
Me.
President?
This is where I am. I do look at this, and when I see, because I have a master's, and I say, well, I can live off of $39,000. I get that. We all get that, right? Teachers deserve so much more. But as we're giving teachers what they deserve, as we're trying to, we need to also think these people on here also deserve to be paid well, I think. And I choose to trust Mr. Jones and his team. That's where I'm at. Mr. Jones say we need this. As an elected board member, I'm going to trust Mr. Jones, and he going to have his team, and they're going to be held accountable if they fail, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to support Mr. Jones. That's supporting our district. So that's what we're charged to do. But I do understand, and I respect everything Laura said. What concerned me that she said is about the stipend. Somebody just coming on shouldn't get no stipend.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, if you call it a signing bonus or something, but no, they can't get what people get who's been here.
Yeah.
That, we can't do that, y'all. Right? Right, Georgina?
I think that's Ms. Murphy with the stipend.
Mr. Jones?
No,
Well, she's up
it's
here
with
talking,
me.
so I'm talking. Yeah,
It's
so,
gonna be me
yeah.
in the next conversation.
Okay, so that's something we need to really, really think about, because like we said, we gave it to people who shouldn't have got it. I'm not sure if we can recover that, but I'm going to support Mr. Jones and his team, because that's what we must do to run this district. That's it for me.
Sister Laura?
I just have one other thing. What's the stipend for the interim? Is it bumped up for the stipend? Sure, before, but I don't.
So when I came in, the pay scale, that the bonus was there. When we go with Ms. Kiana, she's keeping her state and federal. She's also taking on a department that, not a department, but she's taking on the supervision of the enrollment and the pupil accounting, which she has institutional knowledge of both. And so with that, Ms. Kiana it was
pay to compensate for mileage. And that has always been awarded to the superintendent and the assistant superintendent.
Even during COVID, when we're not traveling?
It's a part of
Okay,
of their
okay.
employment package.
Gotcha. All right.
Any other, Brother Chris?
So as long as it's for mileage, can't we simply pay the IRS allowance for mileage? And then if they don't travel, they don't get paid. And if they do travel, they get paid.
That was an example, but you
Yeah.
can't put how can I say, a spur of the moment. So if the superintendent couldn't be somewhere or couldn't be at two places at once and she had to go, it's to compensate her for those type of things. It's not just mileage. It might be dinner if she has to do a trip to Lansing and can't get back. There's certain things that are expressed in the
Well,
contract.
Let me try it this way then. So the stipend is for $4,200 and, I've belonged to a union, I still do. And I want to make sure one gets paid everything they're entitled to. And if they have to pay too much for a dinner and too much for gas mileage and whatever else, and it's more than $4,200, I think the person should get paid for that.
But that's
And if
the salary. The salary helps with that as well. So you're saying if it's more than $4,200, well, that's part of being the executive. That's why you are at the 111 or the 114. We're able to do that, and the 4,200 helps with that.
Okay, but as a fiduciary of the district's money, I don't want to pay $4,200 if $4,200 hasn't been spent. So I'm thinking if you go to a dinner and it costs $30, you put in an expense allowance for 30, and if you drove 100 miles and you get 59 cents a mile, you put in $59 and you get paid for that expense.
But I'll say this, as assistant superintendent, I spend way more than $4,200 in my work, moving from school to school, going from place to place. I spend way more than that. And I would just speak to that from my experience as assistant superintendent. It never ends. And I'm not talking about going from work to home. I'm talking about the work within the district itself.
And I think if we look at that, are you done?
Yeah.
I think we looked at, we only talking about maybe $350 a month or something like that. I have a stipend, they give it to me. They don't add it in my wages. So my stipend is around about $2,000 when you add it out a year. That's something maybe like 150 or something. But here's the issue. I'm spending more than that anyway. So I think the stipend is just an expense. It looks like a lot because they just said 4,200. But if you look at how we are moving in the board, how we having all these different meetings, community relation meetings that we have had, all of this stuff is expense. And I think that we're gonna need her to have these funds because we having all these different events as well as we're moving into another direction. So I don't think we should lay to me. I'm not laying that hard on $4,200 because I know gas is $3 and something to get almost $4.
Madam Chair?
I think that goes back again to trusting our superintendent.
Yes, there you go.
I mean, it just goes back to that. and I'm gonna just
Madam
leave
Chair,
it there.
talking to Michael.
That's it, I'm done.
Just, yeah, like I said, it was a technical question. I just wondered what it was. I wasn't contesting it.
No, I'm not saying you were doing anything. I'm just, listening to the conversation, and that's just what popped in my head again.
And I'd like to thank you for reminding us of that. I fully supporting our superintendent, and I am so glad, Mr. Jones, for your words, because it helped clarify the situation and it helped me understand the focus of the district. And I just want to say I really appreciate that. That's very, very refreshing. You're doing, I think, an exemplary job as a superintendent. I mean, thrown in to this. So I just wanted to thank you, and
Thank you.
I'm here to support you. So thank you for your patience explaining all this.
So is there any further discussion on this friendly amendment by Sister Laura McIntyre? I'll get her to restate it if she will.
I'd like to withdraw the amendment. Let's just, since this is the cow, if we just have the amendment as stated, and in the interim between now and next week, if there's any additional information or questions that we have that we ask, but that we move this forward to the regular meeting.
Yeah. So without objection, Sister Laura withdraws her friendly motion to this. And so now we go back to the original motion of item 1.2 to move personnel recommendations to the regular board meeting on February 16, 2022 for approval. And the action for regular meeting, and as I call your name, a roll call vote, you can reply by saying yes or no. President Green,
Yes.
Sister Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
Dr. McNeil,
Yes.
Brother Walker,
Yes.
Brother Dale Maroney,
Yes.
Sister Carolyn,
Yes.
and yours truly, myself, Alan Gilbert, yes. Motion passes with seven yes, no vote, 0 no's.
I seek a motion and a second to move action item 1.3 addendums to approve COVID bonus letters of agreement to the regular board meeting on February 16th for approval.
So moved.
You've heard the motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Sister Laura?
So I'm not quite sure what this is.
Okay.
This is addendum to approve COVID bonus letter of agreements.
Good question.
So apologies, I don't know what this is.
Okay. I provided an executive summary with the explanation as to what we were seeking with these addendums. When we originally were discussing the payment of the COVID bonuses, Trustee McIntosh says that there was some type of amendment to say that the district had to work, the employees had to work 3 years. We don't have record of that. I'm sorry it didn't make it to the team. I didn't have it, so.
That was brought up at the last meeting, and we had stated that we didn't have language like that in the letters of agreement?
It was brought up when we agreed to, when we voted to give the $22,000.
That's right.
The stipulations were you had to be in the district at least a year, and once you got the bonus, you had to stay at least 3 years to retain employees in the district. But for whatever reason, when it came time to the contracting negotiations, it was left out, and that's how we ended up getting jammed up with people collecting and leaving the district.
I don't recall.
But that was definitely voted on at the time.
So how did that happen that it was left out? It's in the meeting minutes.
Well, it should, I don't know if it was in the meeting minutes, but I remember the conversation because I specifically remember saying that because I thought that
Should
this
be
was
in the
the
meeting minutes.
brightest idea ever.
Ms. Dunpray,
I
could you?
said, I don't recall that comment about adding the 3 years until after we had already had the letters approved. When we had one of the more recent meetings that we had, that information came forth about having people stay for 3 years. But when we originally brought those letters before the board, I do not recall us discussing a time limit at that time.
I recall.
Well, in July of the year that we first issued the COVID bonuses after the first wave of the pandemic, the superintendent's cabinet and we discussed using the funds as a tool for recruitment. We were getting denials and we were getting declinations of employment from teachers and other professionals because other districts were offering this as a COVID bonus, as a recruitment bonus, excuse me. And we did not have specific recruitment language in the original 3 letters of agreement. So we're asking that we can use, because a part of ESSER does allow us to use funds for recruitment and to stabilize the district. Thank you. That's why she helped me.
Yep.
And so
So let me add to that. So we currently, now, of course, you want people to be here that want to be here, right? And people coaching your people, that's happening. And there's other districts that's offering recruitment dollars to teachers. We are short teachers. We have vacancies. Out of the consortium that we work with superintendents, I mean, almost everyone is offering recruitment, and we're not. The team, we talked about recruitment a while back, but it needs to come to board in order for that to be approved. And so making that amendment would help us retain some of these teachers that are being poached, several, and also other professionals that I've heard from myself that are being poached and could possibly leave our district. And then here we are again. Now, of course, these recruitment dollars are going to have a sunset, right? When these dollars are gone. But in the meantime, we have to compete. And this is a way that we can compete. And so even though this is going to, me being completely transparent about how this looks, we're trying to keep our teachers and we're trying to keep those that have signed on with us that are being poached from other districts. Whether teachers are telling us that and that's not happening or not, at the end of the day, we need folks in front of children. And so if this is a way we can do that, we definitely want to use the opportunity we have to do so.
This would be an opportunity where we were referring to that the teacher salaries are low. And if we can offer these recruitment bonuses or these retention bonuses to them, this is a way to help boost their salary, which can help secure them with us.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
So this takes me back to what Board Member McIntosh was saying. Once I call it sign-in bonus, I guess that's the same as recruitment. I'm not sure. Is that different? That's the same thing? Okay, so it takes me back to what Board Member McIntosh is saying. we need to put something, I'm thinking, in there, because they can get the bonus or whatever it is and leave us in the same position we were before we gave them the bonus. So that's concerning. So I don't know when it came up. I'm glad it came up whenever it did. So I think we need to make some adjustments. I don't know if it's something in here talking about that, but we can do that, right?
Yeah.
I think we need to do that.
So one of the challenges is that the letters that we have already had signed by the bargaining units does not include that language to say that you have to stay for 3 years.
Okay.
It's not in the letter that you have or the letter that they signed back in July or August. And so to now go back is a challenge.
So what would be the difference in going back with this stuff versus going back with that other stuff?
So that's adding a stipulation.
Oh, okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? By putting the 3 years on, it's adding a stipulation. Where this is trying to ensure that we're including groups of people.
I got you. Totally different. Absolutely.
And at this point, we have hired 12 new teachers.
Okay.
2 administrators, not the ones in the board packet.
Okay.
And 2 professionals.
Okay.
That have remained since August.
Okay. Thank you.
Sister Carol,
We don't have a contract that, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, we don't have what are you calling this, a signing bonus contract?
No, yes, we do.
Do we?
We do have sign-on bonus for teachers and administrators.
For the 22,000?
No, it is only for $2,000.
Is that what you're trying to give now, $2,000?
That's what we're trying to give them this as 7,500. Other districts are offering 10,000.
Okay, so that's a different contract then, because we're not giving 7,500. That's what we're trying to do, right?
With this amendment, with this
Okay,
eligible staff members also.
Okay, so while we making amendments, why can't we put in the amendment? And they're obligated, if they sign on and get to 7,500, they're obligated to stay 2 years then. But we need to retire. We don't need to keep bringing, because if we bring them in and they get to $7,500, and like Mr. Jones said, and somebody else woo them and take them from us, what good is that? You giving away $7,500 and you still stand a chance to lose your employee. So why not, if we're gonna, excuse me, if we're gonna make an amendment, why not cover ourselves and straighten out what we messed up? Since we're giving them additional dollars since we're upping it from 2,000 to 7,500, why don't we say, we'll give you 7,500 as a signing bonus. Hiring fair and say, we're giving out $7,500 signing bonus, blah, 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 to join our team. And then we can get more than one person at a time. We could advertise in abundance and put it out there and maybe fill all our positions. Because just giving out money with no stipulations is not going to stabilize the district.
That's facts.
That's it.
any further discussion?
So with that being said, what are our options at this point to put a stipulation in there about remaining in the district for whatever amount of time? Do we have any options?
In my opinion, I am not an expert. In my opinion, it is a challenge to now go back and people that have already come on.
I ain't talking about them. I'm
We
talking about
talking
going forward.
Right.
I think we'd have to have a separate document.
Let's do that. I think that's a good idea. I don't know if we need to vote on it or what, but I think we need to do something to protect ourselves.
Ask the question.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. That's exactly where I was thinking. Ms. Dunbray, it would have to be from a legal standpoint? Is that the challenge?
So yes, Yes.
That is what I'm thinking, but I think it can be done.
So again, going forward, we could ask for a document that would say for new
Right.
people coming on that they sign and have an obligation. My challenge again is the document that's already been signed. Going back and adding language that wasn't there when we originally signed.
Yeah.
That's my challenge.
Did that document speak to new people coming in?
No.
It did not specifically speak to new people coming in, but it did not say that we could not. It did not say that it was restricted only to those who got the very first payment. That was never the intent.
I understand that. I'm like Ms. Green said, moving forward. These are new people. We don't have a contract with these new people. They new. And this $7,500 is a new situation. So how come we can't
Throw that other document in there.
address this document and tighten it up for the district, because we have a fiduciary responsibility to protect this district. And we're sitting at this table with the opportunity to protect the district. And we're drawing up a new document. We're going to go back to the teachers union to renegotiate. So why not present a new document saying, and for new employees coming on, we're giving a $7,500 bonus with the stipulation that you have to stay X amount of time. I don't see why that's how, and we have all these legal people and all these six-figure people. I don't see why it's hard to negotiate stability for the district. Surely the teachers union can respect that, I would think.
And not just
Su-
for
su-
teachers.
su-
I'm sorry.
Superintendent Jones, go ahead.
This is not something we even have to go back. If it pleases the board to moving forward from this day,
That's what I thought.
moving forward to create a document that speaks to some longevity, then we need to go back and create that document. We can't we don't want to do that to those previous to this date. But moving forward, we need to, basically the board, if the board votes that, that's what you want to see.
Mr. Laura?
So, I mean, I understand, we're talking, I mean, the rhetoric about needing to give bonuses to the people who are in front of our scholars or in front of our students, but we're also talking about two other categories, administrators and professionals, and that flowery language doesn't apply to them. I mean, I understand, but let's not get all rhetorical about how we have to give bonuses to the people in front of the students, because it's also other workers too. So I'm concerned, I don't, because we're talking about a motion that's on the floor and this is discussion. So at some point, I would like to make a motion that we go back and look at the minutes, because I know we had a discussion about time limits and conditions. And if those weren't included in the offer, then we need to follow up with that and figure out why it wasn't included. And we need to follow up with that, because that's a lot of money. And that was a concern. We did talk about it. We did agree on it. And we do have an employee who worked for the district for 3 months and then left and took a $75,000 bonus or a $7,500 bonus. So, and that's just one example. And I'm feeling some sort of way about that. And it's like, I don't think that we would be fiscally responsible to just throw up our hands and say, oh, well, it happened, let's move forward. No, we're gonna do some digging. We're gonna look at the minutes and we're gonna figure out what exactly happened, and we're gonna fix this to the best of our ability. The other thing is, maybe we can table this, because I don't want to move this forward as it's, this is a mess. If we don't come to an agreement about what we've done in the past, fix that, and then have an agreement about this as being a signing bonus, because it's another $7,500, it's getting convoluted. We agreed to 3 $7,500 payments for a certain thing. And now this seems like this is extra, like this is different. So it needs to be separate, and we need to figure out both of the situations and make them, even though they're related, we need to separate them. So I'm not going to be voting to move this forward until all this is fixed.
Chris?
Thank you. So I'm having a problem with, number one, how do we enter into a contract when it hasn't been approved? I mean, don't we have the final say on contracts, the board?
Yeah.
So this addendum is a change to the collective bargaining agreement. And we can simply say no. Or not. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's not what.
These are not a part of the master contracts. These are letters of agreement with the union and the members, but not a part of their overall contract that I provided you.
Okay, so it's an agreement, but can I say collective bargaining agreement?
We're careful with the language because ESER cannot be used for collective bargaining agreements, so we cannot use that terminology. So this
Okay.
is a stipend to stabilize the district, and we are using COVID funds to stabilize the district due to the pandemic, not a collective bargaining agreement.
Okay. Well, it just seems like somehow the cart got in front of the horse here. I'm not sure. And the way this is set up right now, if this is set up the same in other districts, and I were a teacher, I'd take the $7,500 and say thank you. And I'd go to another district and I heard $10,000 and I would take that and say thank you. And I'd be moving every other day. So we do need some parameters on this. And I still think we have the final say in this. And I'm still not sure, even though it's ESSER funds, why is this not coming before us before it's agreed to?
I don't know if you were here, Mr. Delmarone, but this was already done. This is not something that, now, what the amendment is what is not done.
Right.
But the
That's what I'm
teacher's already getting the stabilization, or staff, let me just say staff.
Yeah.
Flint employees getting the stabilization. That has already been done by board, agreed upon.
Yeah.
It was separated from even conversations of contract negotiations, and board said that should have nothing to do with contract negotiations.
Right.
And so that was already, the letter of agreement was already done. What is highlighted, Georgina, correct me if I'm wrong, is the information that is amended, that we're asking for an amendment to. But the letter of agreements have already been approved and are already in the works. That's already done. So it already came to the board as it pertains to the regular, the teachers getting, the staff, I keep saying teachers, the staff getting the $22,500.
And I think
So I just want to clarify that the 22.5 is broken up into 3 payments. It's not one payment of 22.5. So we've already issued 2 payments of
Right.
7,500. And it's just one payment left that happens at the end of the year.
But what's before us tonight is what we're trying to get a handle on. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, is that the district went out, hired some teachers and said, we're going to give you this signing bonus, stipend, whatever. And now it's coming before us tonight. Is that kind of in a nutshell?
In the teacher letter of agreement, the original one, they had certain dates that the teacher had to be hired by in order to receive the second payment. And it says serving scholars between this date and this date. The original date was a Sunday. Nobody worked that day. And so if you were hired after that day, which was the first day of school, you were excluded. And that would be my 12 new teachers that I hired over the summer and started on the first day of school.
Okay.
And so this is an attempt not to exclude them.
Well, I don't even know what to say to that, because if there's a cutoff deadline date, it was there for some particular reason. I mean, how far do we draw it out? If someone got hired in on a Tuesday or the next Monday, do we extend it then? I mean, you have a cutoff deadline, that's it. I'll be voting no.
And the amendment, if you look at the one for the teachers who were recruited or placed by October 15th, because that would have been half of the first semester, at least half of the first semester, as we continue to hire and place teachers. So if you were hired after that, then you're not eligible until the next one or the final one, which means you had to be working or recruited in place by April 15th. That would be half of first semester would be over. So anybody recruited and hired after April 15th would not be eligible.
Sister Laura?
But it was my understanding this wasn't about recruitment. So this is like a separate piece. The original COVID money was about doing work during COVID. So I don't understand why we're talking about recruiting like this. I'd like to separate it. I'd like to get legal counsel. I'd like to get language to make sure that this is ironclad so that we don't lose any more money or make any more mistakes. And this is not, to me, the same as the COVID money at all. So it's not an addendum, it's something else.
And I begged it. And that's why I requested to ask the question.
Can I help just a little if I can? I don't know if
Yes,
it will help.
Superintendent Jones?
But we went to our attorneys to figure out how to do that. And they said they wanted us to make the addendum. So because whether we are doing recruitment or whether it's a COVID stability stipend, it's still all up under the same umbrella of the ESSER funds, and it's legal to do. What we're doing is just making an addendum to our document that we already have. Now, if the board just want to have a completely separate document, the attorneys, well, okay, so there's two things here. A completely separate document to what Ms. Carroll stated was moving forward, we need to do X, Y, and Z. So there's two things here. We're talking about the recruitment that we've done, which that's why attorney said we just need to make an addendum for that. However, when Ms. Carroll states that, well, moving forward, we need to put something on this that gives some longevity to this. Now, that's what we're saying. That's a different document. So we sought the attorney's thoughts on this. They gave us this document and said, here is a legal addendum to what you all are asking the board to do. That's why you have this. So if we go back to the attorneys, they're going to give us this again. And then we'll have a separate document to what Ms. Carroll stated, which I understand that. I'm not against that in any way, shape, or form moving us forward. But this is the addendum. This is the attorney's Troon telling us this is the best way to do this because it's clean, because it's the way we can spend the money. We just need the board to approve us to be able to do that for recruitment.
Dr. McNeil?
I just want to say this, in August 2021, this agreement was signed. So we're going back and making changes to it. That's all we're doing. And they're allowing us to go back and straighten up some stuff that we overlook or however what we did. This is all this is. It's already signed. It's just like I have a contract, but I need to go back and it'll tell us what paragraph and what section is that we're changing. It's highlighted in yellow. That's to the stuff that's already been passed. What Ms. McIntosh is talking about going forward, we can't hold this up because we already proved that. We have been discussing this back in 2021 with the union, they done come up with a solution how we can get this done. And it's added to that contract. We're just making changes. But going forward, I can see us drawing up our own contract or what it is that we want. Does that make sense, Chris?
Oh, I understand the distinction, you know, the two paths. I guess what I don't understand is why should someone coming into the district, a new employee, expect to get paid, or why are we paying them if there was already a deadline put in place? It's kind of like, you know, let's go with profit sharing at a company. You work, you get the profit sharing, you get hired in the day later, you're not eligible for the profit sharing because you weren't working. So I guess I'm not understanding.
President Green, go ahead.
So, a signing bonus is different. We're trying to attract talent. So I think that's a little different to what you're talking. In my opinion, it's a little different. So if we want to attract anybody, talented or not, to compete in where we are in education, we have to offer something. Like she said, districts are offering 10,000. So for me, if I was looking for a teaching job, the first person I X off my list is somebody who's not offering a signing bonus. So we need to compete, and in order for us to do that, we have to drive this separate document. Mr. Jones said that's what the board wants. It's not a problem. So I don't know what we're still talking about. I'm just really confused on what we're still talking about. That's it for me.
Sister Carolyn?
I asked to ask the question, and the question is, I'd like to make a motion for new hirees coming in to receive the signing bonus with a stipulation that they must stay for at least up to the board 2 or 3 years. And that's the motion that I'm bringing before you. A new document, because they've highlighted some stuff. This is my problem with legal. Every time they negotiate something, it's botched. So for you to come back and highlight some stuff and want to throw it in your old agreement that the board is already having a riff over, because I know what I requested at the time when we discussed it. I was so excited because I'm thinking at least for 3 years, we're going to have some people. So I know for a fact I said it because I felt really good about that conversation. It's why I remember. So I am in full support of giving a signing bonus. I am in total agreement with the administration, board president, and superintendent. We must do something to attract people, but I would like a new document, a new contract drawn up, because I'm not confident the fact that they failed to get that point in there. And I know I made the point, but say I didn't. If I'm a lawyer and I'm here to protect you, I'm hog tying anybody that comes in here on your behalf. And the fact that they failed to do that over and over again, I'm not confident in their contract. Definitely not with them just adding some stuff and throwing some stuff. I would like, so the motion is a fresh contract for new hirees. Now, if it's the board's desire, what say you guys, if you want to make that retroactive for the new people that have came in, that is your choice. But my motion is for a new contract.
Point of order. We're
Yes.
in a
Make your
motion,
point.
right?
Yes.
Pardon
So
me?
we're in a motion that's
Right.
been seconded and we're discussing.
Oh, has it been?
Yes.
is it-
Can
Been in
we,
it so long.
Well, because
Well,
I asked to ask the question and then the
Yeah.
discussion kept going. So.
yeah, no, we're in the middle of discussing a motion.
Thank you, Sister Laura. It has to come from the board. I could have stepped in, but you have to pay attention to what's going on. Is that you wanted part of this particular one separated, but you didn't make a formal amendment to that. And the last one, you made a friendly one. So I was waiting for you to do it formally to make it part of the record.
Well, I was still trying to figure out what was.
Yeah, I understand. But Sister Carolyn's motion is in order, but she has to have a second, and it has to be an amendment to this motion. And if she don't want to amend it, then she can wait and make it separate from it. It is a board decision as a member and a trustee of the board. It is up to them, to whoever would like to make the motion. She made the motion. So the thing is, you have to, if you're going to make the motion, you're going to amend this, or you're going to make it separate. It is
The
your.
motion that I'm putting on the floor is a request to the board for a new contract
Okay.
for
So
new
so
employees,
it has to be
because it's a
separate.
new situation
Has to be separate.
with stipulations that if they receive a bonus, they are bound to stay in this district for at least no less than 2 years. I would like to see 3 years, but I guess that we'll leave that open for discussion with the board. But I would like to see a clause in the contract stating that if they take this money, they are obligated to this district.
So if that is your motion, we have to dissolve, we have to make a decision on the motion that is before us, before that, because she's not amending this motion. Okay? So we have to take the motions in order. And so we go back to the motion that have been brought before us, and we will deal with that first. Then we can entertain Sister Carolyn's motion and then open it up for more discussion, if that's what we want to do.
So we call the question. Yeah,
So
thank you.
that's
Thank you.
that's the way you do it. So here we go. So we have, without any further discussion, we have, without a call for the question, we have a motion to move action item 1.3 to regular board meeting for the adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. And as I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve or to deny. President Green,
Yes.
Sister Laura,
No.
Dr. McNeil,
Yes.
Brother Walker,
Yes.
Brother Chris,
No.
Sister Carolyn,
No.
myself, Alan Gilbert, no. So we have 4 noes and 3 yes, which means that the motion fails. 4 noes and 3 yes.
And that's on the amendment, brother.
You can amend it or you can make it.
No, I'm saying we just voted, we turned down the amendment, right? That's what we just voted on, right?
We voted on the motion that has been set before us according to what's in our packet. That's what we
Okay.
So
voted.
we're
Okay.
refusing this.
Okay. This right here, the stuff in the yellow,
Okay, gotcha.
that's
Mhm.
what we have to do. So, thank you, Ms. Rubin.
Thank you.
Seeing no further action, I declare the Human Resources Committee of the Whole adjourned.
Wait,
I think.
Any, we got
a motion, the next
Yeah,
motion.
Carol.
okay, the next, no, that's it.
My motion.
Oh, your motion, I'm
Carol.
sorry, thank you. All right, Sister Carolyn, you.
Trying to keep it straight.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep
We
it
all
straight.
need help
Birthday
sometimes.
coming up Sunday.
So back to the original motion, and the original motion that I put on the floor, did it have support? Or we didn't get that?
No, just restate it,
Okay,
and then we go through it formally.
okay, so the original motion is for a new contract for signing bonuses for new employees with stipulations for long-term employment, no less than 2 years stay if they accept the bonus.
Support.
Support.
Yeah, oh,
You've heard the motion. Well, I'm sorry. You've heard the motion. It's been properly seconded. Any further discussion? Brother Chris?
Yeah, so this motion, how long will it be in effect for, and does it even apply right now? So, I mean, are we still under COVID now as we were when this originally came about?
Good question.
And when do we put an end to it as to when we continue to hire more people? I mean, because COVID might be with us till eternity.
Brother Adrian?
So I wonder, does that relate to when the COVID dollars sunset, right? Because these funds sunset in what, 24?
So we only have one payment left in this agreement. That's
Right.
the end of June. We have not discussed going beyond June 30th, 2022.
Totally understand that. But I'm in agreement with the 2 years because these dollars are meant to stabilize the district through the pandemic.
Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion? Brother Chris?
Will that, if we say they need to stay with us for 2 years, is that going to be beyond the time that we have to spend the money or allocate at the ESSER dollars? I don't know what the cutoff is for the ESSER dollars.
20.
September 24th.
September 24th. Okay,
It would be in the June 2024 school year.
okay.
It ends on June 30th, 2024.
So we're looking at June of 24?
June, let's go June of 23 so we can see where we're at. We might not be able to afford to keep paying beyond that.
Well, no, I'm sorry, as to how long they need to stay.
How long? You
The
need,
stipulation.
what's today's date? The 20, so you need to stay till 2024.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
we said, yeah.
So
Okay,
the end of
very
the year till 2024.
Okay. So we got a date on it? We got time?
I don't know, that's a good question, Mr. Jones.
Okay,
They get it, then what if they don't pay?
What's our?
then they're gonna
request?
get that $7,500 back. Yeah, that's the obligation. You signing a contract saying, I'm gonna stay.
So we would.
And if you don't meet the contract, we need that money back from you. If we gotta garnish your income tax, we can't keep playing games.
Any further discussion?
I have
Ms.
have
Ms. Georgina?
point of clarity. So we're asking new hires, so that I can be clear, to sign a sign-on bonus of $7,500 for 2 years.
Till the end of 2024 school year.
That's 2 years. This
2
is
years.
2022.
Okay, 2 years.
I think that is excessive to require somebody to stay here for 2 years for $7,500.
That's their choice to make. We gotta retain workers. That's our concern. Now, if we can get them to stay, then what, this their decision to decide if it's excessive or not.
I don't think that's competitive in this market for $7,500 for 2 years. I just don't think that that's competitive.
We
That's just
got
my
teachers
opinion.
making $39,000 with a master's degree.
I understand, but as we stated, there's other districts that's giving out $10,000 to sign on bonus. I have no idea about their stipulations. There's $10,000 sign-on bonuses. And if we're doing $7,500 for 2
Let's
years,
have some order. Thank you. Let us talk one at a time so we can hear one another. Thank you. Brother Walker?
I'm just thinking about the spirit of the funds. And I trust what you all say. You all are the experts, so I won't question that. But I'm going back to the spirit of the funds in terms of stabilizing the school district from the impact of COVID. So I do believe we have to figure out what that sweet spot is as it relates to if we need to go back and maybe look at, again, contracts has already been executed, 7,500 is in writing. But again, I think we can't afford to give money and lose, right? Because that doesn't equate to stabilization.
Sure.
And I think that's our biggest concern.
I agree. The spirit of the contract was to stabilize our operations. And in stabilizing the operations, it was attracting new people and getting them to come and stay with us. And to get people to stay with the district so that we could get through this pandemic, to help our scholars, to help them move forward, and to help them to be able to recover from the learning loss that they experienced. And so that was the intent of the agreement in its inception, was to be able to stabilize by using, it was going to be recruit. So the reason for the addendum was to spell out specifically recruitment. When we were trying to stabilize, we were thinking forward, people coming in forward that we didn't have, filling the open positions that we had, keeping the people that we have so that we can maintain something stable for the scholars. And so the fact that it didn't say the word recruitment was why we came back to put in the word recruitment, because it was vague, even though that was part of the intent when we brought it forth. I don't disagree with having a stipulation. I'm just saying that the 7,500 for 2 years is not competitive. That's all I'm stating.
Chris?
If there's no stipulation or requirement that they have to stay for a certain period of time,
Then they go.
there's no stabilization.
Exactly.
Because like I said, the example I gave, you show up one day, you collect the money and you're off to the next district.
Soon
that's
as I
paying
get my
10.
75.
Through you, Chairperson, to the ladies there, if 2 years is too long, what do you think is a good time period then?
Our current signing bonus, a piece of the contract that they sign, when they sign to accept employment and we give them a sign-on bonus, there is a paragraph that speaks to if you leave the district before the end of the year, but it is for 1 year. So you have to work in the district for a year from the time that you sign that bonus, or you will be required to pay it back on a prorated basis.
President Green?
I would be interested to know what stipulations are connected with other districts and the bonuses that they're receiving. With that being said, I don't want to table this because 2 years sound good to me, but that's because I'm Flint Community Schools. 2 years is good, but I would like to know, and could you guys find out for us what other districts are offering and the stipulations connected to it? Okay. And with that being said, can we still vote on this and just give the particulars about it at a later date once you come back with that information? How does that work?
I'm sorry, I was right.
That's all right.
I was just making sure
That's
I
okay.
captured.
So I want this 2-year thing, right? I could be a little off with the 2 years, but with that being said, you guys come back with us with the information on the stipulations that other districts have on their bonuses. But in the meantime, can we still vote and pass this and give you the particulars on it?
The only question I have, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Superintendent. It's okay.
The only question I have is the fact that we have folks that we're going to be hiring that are in union contracts, right? So they already have a LOA. They already have a letter of agreement. So if we're making a new letter of agreement, what about the old one? And how does that fit for all teachers that are actually in? So you're going to have 2 separate ones for teachers as of February with whatever today is, and we have to take that back to union to be agreed upon.
So not just teachers.
Right, not just teachers, professionals, and you have parapros. So even if it's voted, it has to be agreed upon by the unions, right? I just want to make sure we're doing it right before the board votes.
I do not know. I would have to go and see in the previous negotiations when the sign-on bonus was first put in the contract that was negotiated under the former administration. I was not a part of that, so I do not know.
Well, really all I'm saying is teacher A, who's working in the district right now, right, is under the letter of agreement that we currently have.
Yes.
But teacher B comes in after today, they're not under that letter of agreement. We haven't talked to unions about that.
Correct.
So we don't even have that. We need to have that conversation, I would say, before I don't want to tell you how to vote. I'm just saying, I think we need to have that conversation with the unions. Go ahead.
So these letter of agreements that we proposed originally, we shared this information with the unions before we brought it forth. So in order for them to say, okay, yeah, we agree with that, go ahead, and we present it to the board. With what you're proposing now, we haven't had an opportunity to do that.
Understand. Brother Chris?
This letter of agreement right here that's in our packet, Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we just vote it down?
Yeah, we're talking about the original, not this, sorry, not this.
I'm sorry, I just use it as an example
Yeah,
that
okay.
when we
Yeah,
were making a change, we showed it to them
Yeah.
first. And then we said, okay, let's present it to the board.
Well, I mean, you know, our leverage is right now, I believe is the union doesn't have anything at all. And if they want something, they should like maybe listen to us.
So we do have a letter of agreement already. This was for these COVID
Well,
payments.
Yeah, okay, I stand corrected. The addendum. I'm referring to the addendum that was in the package.
Any further discussion? On the motion
Can I
by-
ask a question?
Yes,
So
Ms.
what's
Dunford.
has to happen to the people that have already been recruited?
The 12 people you're talking, the 12.
You're talking about the 12 people that, the 12 employees that,
More than 12, isn't it?
12 teachers, 2 administrators, and 2 professionals.
They already voted.
Say, not saying that whoever gets paid is gonna be a certain set of rules and regulations for them to obtain the money. We're not taking a vote to not pay anybody a signing bonus. It's just, this conversation is about the stipulations surrounding the signing bonus so that we can stabilize the district. Because like you said, other districts are paying $10,000. So if they come and get this money, the 7,500, in 1 year, they could leave us and go get 10,000 somewhere else. So how is that, that's not stabilization. So this conversation is about stabilizing, not necessarily taking any money out of anybody's pocket.
We said moving forward, correct? We said moving forward, correct, with this new contract for new hires in 2 years.
Yes.
That was something we were supposed to, moving forward. So what about the people that I recruited in August that have been working up until now? That's what this is about. That's what the addendums are about.
Yep, that got voted down.
Exactly. Yeah, so exactly. That's where the cart got in front of the horse. The addendum just got voted down now. So it's going to be, let me say, a difficult situation to maneuver through, to go back and tell these people who are hired that, it was never approved. Well, help me to understand, an addendum to the contract is, let me say, even though you call it an addendum, it's a change to the contract. And don't contracts come before the board, or have I missed something? Don't we
The
approve?
letter of agreement, this was not the contract. This was a separate letter of agreement.
Okay, well, well, at that point, then I would argue that the teacher union and the administration could bring before the board a new contract and say, this is our new contract. And then as they move forward, and there's no language to the contract, and as they move forward, they can enter in all these addendums and say, well, here's the new pay scale, and we don't get to vote on it. And here are the days of vacation, and we don't get to vote on it. I mean, that can't happen. That would take all our power away in regards to the contracts.
So I think that the terms that's being used, so when you talk about UTF contract, we're talking about all of that UTF contract. And when you say contract, you're talking about the work that they do every day. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that contract. That's already been approved and done.
Right.
We're talking about this letter of agreement that has nothing to do with their yearly contract.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with their yearly contract. The board voted to ensure that this had nothing to do with their regular contract.
Okay.
This is a letter of agreement that we entered into for COVID money. So
All right.
it's separate than that. And I
Got
think that can confuse
Yeah.
Okay, she's saying this money was already approved to their members. I don't recall did we approve a signing bonus previously?
We're talking the original COVID bonus, not the
Right.
signing.
In the original COVID bonus, you had to be in the district a year, right? Was that agreement? you're
That
talking-
was the first payment. If we go back to the original COVID letters of agreement for each group, it had provided services during certain time periods. The missing language was the recruitment.
Right. Right. So we don't have an
so-
agreement on recruitment. Exactly. So then it's no addendum or amendment because they were never included in this contract, is the point I'm making. So seeming like we have an obligation to them is impossible when they were never previously mentioned in the contract. Thus, we have no obligation to them. So now it's coming before the board and we're discussing the agreement or the terms that we're willing to engage in. And it's sounding like we have a prior obligation to them, and we do not. Even though you went to the union and you guys worked this out, we didn't agree to it. And it was never any terminology addressing that. So we don't have an obligation as a board to give them anything because you didn't, like Mr. Del Maroney said, you didn't bring it before the board before you took it to the union. You should have brought it before the board first and then took it to the union or had some type of discussion with the president or something, because now we're not on board with it. And as a board member, I'm not willing to let anybody make me feel like I'm obligated to oblige them on the tail end. I'm working on the front end. And on the front, we made the motion for a signing bonus. And it's sounding like to me, you guys don't want to renegotiate the signing bonus portion because you worked something already out. But that's not our problem. That's somebody else's problem. And the district shouldn't be financially on the hook because somebody didn't handle or somebody put the horse before the cart. Now, if we're going to talk signing bonuses, then we need to talk signing bonuses. But to try to slip an amendment in on something that was not even included in the contract, that's not an amendment. To me, in my opinion, that's a whole new situation. I'm done.
Mr. Laura?
Thank you so much, Trustee McIntosh. That's exactly the point that I've also been trying to make too. So it's not that I don't want people to get bonuses. It's not that I don't want them to get what they deserve. It's that this whole process, like a lot of things, needs to change. We've got to have things come before the board, and we can't have nods and handshakes happening about things that could potentially get voted down or not approved, or we've got to change the way that this board operates. It has to, and I think a lot of that'll get worked out tomorrow, but thank you I don't want to dilute what Carol said, but I'm
No,
in
that's fine.
complete agreement with her.
This is
Surprise,
board,
surprise.
this is board business. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to, and I listened to my colleagues and I remember what Dr. George said earlier. We have a responsibility to try to retain professional teachers and everything, but the past practice and best practice or whatever this is, I never really understood that, Brother Walker, but the more I listen and the more I listen to the administration, that's what I hear. And my colleagues have basically said everything that I'm feeling. We've got to change the way we want to take our district. We ought to be able to bring things to the board and let us work them out, get the kinks out. And like Brother Chris said, but this is what's got to change. That was my reason for voting no. It was a protest vote. That's all it was. And that's the problem, is that because we have to change it. It's one thing for Miss Georgina and Miss Tom Prey to, with their colleagues or the union rather, to talk on that side. they should do that, and we commend you for doing that. But at the same time, we as the board, we the fiduciaries, we're the trustees, and that's where the problem, I think, in the past and going forward, it has to change. And it's all been stated here from all of us. It has to change. I'm like President Green. I don't think 24 months is too long, but of course, I'm not in a classroom all day either. But I'm just saying, we've got to change some things. So I guess, and I'll shut it down. Is it a way to bring it back or do something else or go to them and say it was rejected and then come back? I mean, that's the way you got to do it. You got to go to them and say to them, the board rejected this.
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
They're listening.
And so,
The president is listening.
yeah, the president, you're right. That's what you,
The union should talk.
the union, if they hear whoever they are, we reject it. It's just plain and simple. So now, if you still want that, you think that would work for the district, then you got to plow through. But you got to come to us to get through, and let's do it together.
Yes, sir.
That's all I think that the board is saying, and we'll address it at that time. So, without any other further discussion, we've got to do away with the motion. We got to either vote it up or down. The motion of Sister Carolyn and Brother Chris, you got any more?
Just repeat the motion.
Yeah, just repeat the motion. Thank you.
The motion is to give a signing bonus, I don't know if that's the proper term, but a signing incentive to new hires for $7,500 with the stipulation they are to stay employed in the district for 24 months, actively working, not on sick leave. Put that in there. They have to have 2 years of work on the job. If they go out on FMLA for a year, they got to make that up. Ain't no getting around the 2 years. You got to work 2 years to get that $7,500. And that's it. That's on the motion.
So moved.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. You've heard the motion. It's been properly seconded. Any further discussion?
And let me say this. I made the motion, Ms. Green. You seconded.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Brother Walker?
You said we have one more installment with these payments, right?
Yes,
And that is when?
at the end of June.
At the end of June. So my question again, these dollars are stabilization dollars. I love the motion, but I would want to keep that same spirit for any of our COVID funds for the duration that we have these funds, right? So that stipulation to continue for the duration that we have these COVID dollars, right? Because what's to say again, these dollars are meant to stabilize the district. End of June happens. Mr. Jones mentioned we're still at a shortage, right? As it relates to teachers, we're still talking about how do we recruit and retain? And if this conversation happens again, I just think we need to be conscious of that. So we don't need to further amend it, but we need to be conscious again of that stipulation as it moving forward as it relates to those COVID dollars. I'll leave it at that.
Any further discussion?
I wonder, can we make that a policy that if we give out bonuses, it has to be a longevity stipulation? I would like to consider that board. Okay, but that's it. I'm sorry.
You done? Okay, so we take the motion. We understand, all minds are clear? Yes. All in favor of the motion by Sister Carolyn McIntosh, Trustee McIntosh, say, roll call. Madam President?
Yes.
Yes?
Oh, you can hear my, yes.
Yes. Sister Laura?
Yes.
Dr. McNeil?
Yes.
Brother Walker?
Yes.
Brother Del Maroney?
Yes.
Sister Carolyn?
Yes.
And myself, Alan Gilbert, yes. Motion is passed 7-0 to have that adopted.
Mr. Chair of the subcommittee, I'd like to, before you adjourn
Yes.
this this committee, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, go right ahead. Sister
I'd like
Laura.
to make a motion that we go back into the meeting minutes and determine what the conversation was regarding the original agreement for the signing bonus stipulation, COVID stability stipend, whatever it was called, and look at that conversation that I remember, that Carol remembers, and figure out the chain of events and see what, if there's, what we can do about that.
Heard the motion. Heard, it's been properly supported. Any further discussion? Seeing all minds are clear, we get ready for the vote. President Green,
Yes.
Sister Laura,
Yes,
Dr. McNeil,
Yes.
Brother Walker,
Yes.
Brother Chris Del Maroney,
Yes.
Sister Carolyn,
Yes.
myself, Alan Gilbert, yes. The motion passed 7-0 to do that. Any other motions from my colleagues concerning the human resource section?
I'd like to make another motion that we, with the union negotiations and with talking to the union, is there a board member that's supposed to be present?
I've asked board president to be present.
The board president to be present? Is that happened or is that?
We have, in our next meeting, I asked board president to be present. We've only had one
Okay.
meeting. And then that's at the time when it dawned on me, I think our board members should be present at this meeting so that they can see how these proceedings go and be able to bring information back to the board. So we already had that conversation.
Okay, that was the one thing that was, I didn't want to like fall out. So you guys have taken care of that. Thank you very much. So I withdraw anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All minds are clear? Ready for the vote? President Green?
Yes.
Wait, what did we
We
vote?
already
What we
did.
voted on?
We already voted on it?
You were
Oh, she
in-
took it away.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, she
because
just did.
you'd already taken care of it.
Okay.
It's already there. Yep.
We're good. All right, now we're adjourning. Seeing no further meeting agenda.
Thank you, Board Member Gilbert, and thank you, Ms. Rubin and Ms. Dampray.
Thank you, Ms. Dampray and Ms. Georgina. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will call the Finance and Operations Committee of the Whole to order. I now call upon Board Member McIntyre.
I'd like to call the Finance and Operations Committee of the Whole meeting to order. I will now call on Mrs. Dampray to present items to the board.
Can you put up my presentation, please? Mhm. Okay, I'm gonna give you a synopsis of increase happened to $8,700 per pupil. And so therefore that must be reflected in our budget amendment. This will equate to additional revenue for us. At the time of my initial budget, I had calculated that our FTE, which we receive our allowance, would be 2,991.72, and our actual student enrollment in which we receive state aid is 3,012.61. So there were also some additional changes in our categoricals that come on our state aid, which weren't reflected in the original budget. And so I had to make those changes and reflect that in the budget amendment as well. Next slide, please. So the major changes in the budget that you're going to see is that there is an increase in state aid revenue of 1.2, roughly $1.3 million. You will see that there's grants that we didn't originally have in the budget because we had to have our carryover amounts. They are added to the budget, which is roughly $6.4 million is added to the budget for revenues. And then there was carryover from ESSER, from ESSER 2 and the other ESSER grants. That is a roughly $5.1 million. The total increase in revenue that you're going to see is roughly 13.1. So there are increases in expenditures as well. And we have that for the grants because we have to make sure that our grants generally zero out with revenue and expenses. And then we also put in the renovations for Dora Ryder, and we have to put that in to reflect it in the budget right now in the general fund until we can ensure that we adhere to all of the purchasing requirements to be able to qualify to utilize that for ESSER. What we cannot use ESSER for is that roof for Doyle Ryder. We can't use it for Doyle Ryder because we did an emergency purchase and we did not put out an RFP for that. So it disqualifies us from being able to use ESSER to pay for that. So we have to pay for that with the general fund. But we can do the other renovations to the building, parking lots, lighting. Those are things that we're capturing it in, as I stated, in general fund until we ensure that we adhere to all of the purchasing requirements to qualify to be reimbursed under ESSER. So our total increase in expenses is roughly $12.6 million.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
So the expenditures for the grant, are we on track? Like you said that we have to have it at 0. So the revenue increased by 6,300,000 and the expenditures, is that equivalent or is this?
So there will be a small amount that you will see, which is because we received some revenue from expenses that happened in prior year. So that's why it's not dollar for dollar. That's the difference.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question to Ms. Dunbar?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you said we can't use ESSER for the roof, you have to do general funds?
Yes.
So, and at the end of this, it says roof, parking lots, lighting is 7,400,000. Is that, so how much was the roof by itself from the general fund?
Almost $600,000.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Dunbar, I got
Yes.
just a random question.
Mhm.
Going back to your previous slide, how do you get like 0.61 of a student? I'm just thinking about like the student count.
So
How do
there's a
yeah.
calculation that you have to use 90% of your fall count and 10% of your spring count. And so it is a percentage. And so you end up with point. Because this is the actual FTE as opposed to enrollment. So our enrollment could be 3,100 students, but when you do the calculation and you do the FTE, you end up with portions of a student. And it also takes into consideration if they're have some special ed versus regular ed. So there's a calculation involved. You're welcome. Next slide, please. So I want to stress, go back, I'm sorry. I want to stress about ESSER funds. In this budget that you're going to see, there's roughly $32 million in ESSER revenues that you're going to see in this budget. This revenue is covering some general fund expenses that we would normally be paying for with general fund. But because of the allowances that we have with ESSER, we're going to be able to cover those expenses with ESSER funds. I want you to realize that this gives us the appearance that we are not operating in a deficit. And I just want to stress with everyone that operationally, we are still in a deficit. I just want to stress that, okay? With our expenditures for ESSER, as I stated here, it's about $14.9 million that's being covered for salaries and benefits and sub-costs for teachers. And these are all normal general fund expenses. Salaries and benefits for principals, paying for the secretaries that are third party, that's being covered. Some custodial and maintenance, some transportation, and some IT services. So this is roughly $20 million worth of expenses that are being covered by ESSER that would normally be in the general fund. Yes, sir.
Is that everything that's being covered with ESSER funds, or is there more?
So the ESSER funds covers other expenses that are not all general fund expenses, that are not all ongoing expenses. They're covering a lot of one-time expenses and things of that sort. So I just wanted to stress that these items right here in particular would always be on our books unless we do something different. So we would have to cover this. These salaries and benefits and the sub costs, all those things are what our general fund dollars would normally have to cover.
Okay.
So I'm just setting you up for the next slide.
Okay. And maybe it'll be in there, but what would you say our operating deficit is?
So with ESSER or without ESSER?
Without.
So without ESSER, you will see that if we get to.
If we're going to get there, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, I can do that once we get there, please.
So just to be clear.
Yes.
These are expenses that are just normal. This doesn't include like bonuses, signing bonuses, anything like, this is just general fund that we would otherwise pay in a non-COVID year. Okay.
Absolutely. The bonuses I didn't pull out here because that is one-time thing that's only happening because we have ESSER. So that's not in this 14.9 million or this 2.3 million that you see. Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is not pretty. You just can't see it well. You look at your hard copy, it's a little easier to see. So this is showing you the change from where we were with the initial budget to where we are now. So this is what I told you about the 13 million increase in revenue. So we're going from 77.6, roughly 77.7 to 90.7 in revenue. And I told you about the major changes already. And so you can see that our expenses have increased from 85, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on, 0.4 to 98, roughly 0.1. So you can see that that's the 12 million that I expressed, that I shared with you and gave you a highlight of what the changes were going to be, okay? So if you go to the next slide, this is where you will see it's broken down between grants versus general fund versus special education fund. So here you can see, Mr. Del Marone, you can see on this next slide, you can see where general fund right now, without these expenses that I showed you, this almost 20 million that's in the ESSER column, we're already operating at a 1.3 deficit. So if we added in that 20 million and you took it, if we didn't have ESSER, that's showing you we're spending over $20 million, almost $21.5 million we would be in deficit.
I'm looking for a page number here.
So it's the same slide that you see here. So it doesn't have a page number on it. I'm sorry.
36.
Oh, I think you're right. It does say 36. I see it up there now. I didn't see it. I don't have my glasses on, so I'm sorry.
And what was that amount then on the deficit?
So look at the very first column and it shows you a negative 1.2. I think it's roughly 1.3.
Okay, I see.
That's just general fund.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So because of ESSER, you will see that we are still roughly planning to overspend by $7.5 million with this amended budget. And we're going to eat into our fund balance by $7.5 million, and it'll decrease our fund balance to 19.9. This is what I'm
So
proposing.
I'm just, so as I continue to look at, again, eating into it and what this means on an annual basis, looking at the beginning of the year fund balance of, I think it's, what is that, 27?
Yes,
And then 19. So if we continue down this trajectory, that's like what, 3 years, if that?
yes.
Okay. And then as we're talking ESSER, it's just 1 and 2, or is 3 included in this as well?
3 is not included
Three
in
is
this
not
because 3 is not approved yet.
Okay, okay.
So I wouldn't add it to the budget until we get where we have grant funds available. Okay, and so right now we don't have grant funds available, so we'd have to spend to be able to draw that money. So we can't draw it. So it's not included. So this is do you have any other questions? Because that's the last slide.
I have a question.
So, yeah, I do, like, we're still operating under a budget deficit elimination plan.
That's correct.
So will there be, this is gonna be looked at, I guess, gonna try to figure out how to, since we went from 27 to 19, kind of looking at projections so
Yes.
that it decreases the shortfall as much as possible. So we're gonna be working on that with the budget deficit elimination plan, or is there?
That is
other
correct.
things as well? Okay.
So we take this will start off the basis. We're waiting for a budget amendment. We'll start off the basis to say, okay, this is where you are. So now what changes do you want to make going forward that will help us to show when we will come out of deficit? So this is when we'll go into assumptions and saying, okay, let's tweak. I don't want to just throw things out, but let's make some assumptions. Let's tweak this. Let's change that, or let's change this expense. Let's change what we do that and see what effects that has on our budget to show, okay, if we do these changes, now we can come out of deficit. I'm just throwing out a random number in 10 years, or now we can come out of deficit in 5 years. But we have to put those assumptions in, and then that's when we have to make decisions, right? The decisions from using the pupil enrollment study and the facility assessments and the capital improvement projects. We have that information, we take that along with the budget amendment and we put that into the EDAP and we make these different assumptions using that data. And then that will show us how long it can take us to come out of deficit.
Where are we with the state and with the EDIP? I know the last time you gave us an update, we were, I don't want to say we're good, but they looked at everything and we were on solid ground with them, but where are we now and what is our timeline? Are there deadlines like from the state that we've got to look forward to with this new, okay.
Yes, so they were waiting for us to finish this budget amendment and then for us to finish having the presentations from Plant Moran Cressa, giving us about the capital assessment, people enrollment, those things that they did. And then we did go back and ask for Plant Moran Cressa to do Northwestern. We asked for that when they gave that presentation. Remember, we discussed that. And so that's next week or this week, that they're going to assess Northwestern.
They're working on it. They already did the walkthrough.
Okay, so they did the walkthrough already. So they're going to put together a report and add Northwestern into that report. And so we need to take that data, and that's when we have got to make the decisions so we can put it in the EDAP. Because yes, the state knows I'm presenting my budget today. They're like, okay, you presented your budget today. Now what? And so now we got to get this information. And so, yes, they wanted an EDAP in March.
Okay.
They want one in March. So I need some information so that I can work with Bayer and they can help with the EDAP. And so that way we can say, put these, what is this now? Yes.
already had Platte Moran Crescent come and present. We have one more school. So I do believe that we're moving this. We just need to keep it moving. So I do believe we're going to move this. We just have to keep moving, but we have to determine what we're going to do with the buildings, with new builds. All of that is going to have to be determined together.
So also things like wage reopeners and things of that sort, that has to be taken into
Could you repeat?
consideration.
I didn't hear you
Yeah,
said.
wage reopeners,
Okay.
how we're working with the unions right now. And if we're talking about wage reopeners, and if we're gonna make changes to contracts or pay scales or anything that has a financial impact, that has to be taken into consideration in the EDEP. So they take that information too, and then they add that into the EDEP, and that will show you, okay, you take this into consideration, this is the impact of that as well. So all those kinds of things play into the EDEP.
Ms. Dunphy, so the deadline, you said is March,
Yeah, at the March board meeting, we need to have an EDEP.
and then I had to step out, but you said something about a 10-year window. Can you just?
That was an example of how long, that was an example of how long it could possibly take us to get out of deficit.
Okay.
That was just an example.
Just an example. Yeah. I'll be dead. Excuse me.
Miss,
Line it up in G.
we got it. I'm sorry. I saw Mr. Delrone first,
Please,
and then I'll go.
Thank you.
I'm
So-
sorry. Were you supposed to do that? Were you
Oh,
supposed to follow?
yes, I was. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay.
I'm like thinking and writing things down, so thank you for
Okay,
keeping
I
us
just
on
didn't want
track.
to,
Yeah.
I don't want to overstep.
Trustee Del Marone.
Okay, so I get the general fund budget, a negative 1.2 million. How do we get to a negative 7+ million on the amended budget? What causes that?
So if you look at that same slide you're looking at, so you got the negative 1.2, you got a positive 800,000, and you got a negative 6. I'm sorry, again, I don't have my glasses on. A negative 6.
Okay.
All three of those across add to the 7.5.
Okay. And why is it that we're so much in a deficit for special education then?
Because special education is expensive.
Okay,
And we have to pay for all of the services for special education, and we only receive a small amount of funding. And the rest of it is a general fund responsibility. But I want you to understand that this is the kind of resources we receive for special education, but this is a district responsibility, but I'm just showing you which piece is special education. So
And-
that comes out of the general fund, but it's just showing you, it's just specifically for special education.
Yeah. And that's because of, we're not getting enough funding, what, indirectly from the state? Or, I mean, is that, how can we improve on that, I guess is my question.
So as a district, you have some responsibility to pay for special education. So it is every year we have a maintenance of effort that we have to adhere to. And as a district, you have to be able to spend as much money on special education students as you do on regular students. And then we have to contribute at least that much first. And then we can have other sources of revenue that come in from different grants or whatever we qualify for to help pay for it. But we have to spend at least the exact same dollar amount that we spend on regular ed students for special education students
Okay,
as well.
and then is that because the classroom size is smaller, or what drives it to be so much more expensive?
They have different services. So they don't just have a regular teacher. We have to have sometimes speech or occupational therapy, physical therapy. If they have vision or hearing impairment, those services are extra. So we have to pay for those extra services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
President Green?
Sorry, Mr.
Walker, if you
don't mind.
This
And then I'll
is
get
just
to
perfect to bring this in, because this is what Mr. Delarose said, because I've been thinking about this. Me and Mr. Wilson was talking about the Act 18 money that we get. Did we ever get the Act 18 money that we fought so hard for to get the money from GISD that we were supposed to get? Did we ever get that money?
So we did have an increase in our Act 18
Mm-hmm.
payment. We did get an increase. I don't know what else you want to.
Well, I know they were supposed to change how they distributed the money with Act 18. That was supposed to happen, and we were supposed to get a certain amount of money also, right?
So I don't know about we don't have any certain amount of money
No?
also.
Okay,
I have the Act 18
Say that again.
increase.
okay.
I want to, I don't.
That's
wanna
all I
be
needed to hear,
careful
Ms.
What I'm
Dunphy.
saying to you, our Act 18 payments did increase.
You know how.
There was no
from-
lump sum money that we
No?
received.
Oh,
There's
okay.
our Act 18 payments did increase. I don't want
I
to
got
speak
you.
on something I don't know anything else
And I
about. So I
appreciate
don't want to
that.
do that. So I don't want anybody to say, she said. I don't want to speak on that, that which I'm unfamiliar.
I think this is,
Yeah, I don't want to say that. Don't nobody say Ms. Dunphy said.
no,
Okay, no,
this
that's
is-
perfect. That's perfect.
She's just offering information
Hmm?
as the
Oh, okay.
CFO, and I know.
I got it. That's all I needed. She
I
didn't
know
have
where
to
you're
go no
going.
further.
I
I
know-
got you. I
Uh,
appreciate it.
we'll follow up.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's not you, Ms. Dunphy.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
fine.
It has nothing to do
not
with you. It's not you.
No, you gave me the answer that you
Yep.
knew, and that's what I needed.
Okay, Trustee Walker.
And mine's is just more so of a comment. So I understand again that we're in a deficit elimination plan, but I can't help but to think it's interesting, right? So you'll see that, you know, this is one of the record amount of fundings per pupil spending that, you know, school districts across the state has received in terms of 8,700. Yet we're still talking about we're in a deficit, right? So I can't help but to believe, and I hope that there's greater conversations that will happen at the state as it relates to the formula for how school districts are funding, especially taking into account some of the structural challenges that we're dealing with. And I'm just not talking about like our school buildings, but I'm just talking about like our city as a whole as it continues to shrink. And you're talking about property taxes and the role that that plays within our funding stream. So it's my hope that that'll be looked at, right? Because again, yes, 8,700 is good, but for school districts like us, we're still operating in a deficit with the record amount of spending per pupil funding.
So, I mean, but what you have to also realize is that that's 8,700 per student. So if that student number isn't high, you're not gonna get more revenue. And so we're in a situation where even though the per pupil funding increased, our enrollment decreased. So therefore, our enrollment decreased, our per pupil funding increased, but our expenses stayed the same.
Right.
Or increased for, you know, inflation or whatever, you know, so that's the challenge that we have.
Trustee Gilbert?
Ms. Dunphy, you said something earlier about the, from year to year, there, you got the deadline. So from year to year, those funds, you don't really know how much they will be in advance, or do you just have a certain, you follow what I'm asking? Just
So
to-
I think I follow where you're going. So with our budget, when we have to submit our budget, that has to be approved by the school board before June 30th of 2022. You will get the budget for 22, 23. It will come to the board at the June board meeting, and it'll need to be approved prior to June 30th, 2022, in order for us to be able to operate as a district. So at that time, all of this information is not available. It's the best guess. I'm making my best guess
I see.
off the information that is available to me at that time. And then after student count and after our state aid formula is set for the next school year, we get updated information. And then I can update the budget with that new information. So it will always be, I don't want to say always, but is customary to have a budget amendment.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee McIntosh?
On the next one, can we get this a little bigger? 'Cause I can't ask not one question because I can't see nothing. I do mean not nothing. So that's all I,
So,
just a
okay,
little
if you
bit
go
bigger.
to page, so let me say this to you. If you go to page 40 in your packet, it's bigger.
Okay, let me
Okay,
find 40.
it's clearer and it's bigger on page 40 and 41. But in order to put it in my presentation, I can't put it in the presentation and make it big.
Let me find 40, because when I say I'm good, I'm giving it everything I got, and I still can't see that.
Trustee
Ooh.
Del Moron?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I had the opportunity to speak to the city of Flint's assessor earlier this evening, and
The
the city of
assessor.
Flint's assessor.
Okay.
And she indicated that the inflation factor for property values or the, taxable value will go up over 3% this year. So that might help the district somewhat.
So just so you know, when we get our 8,700, some of that is dependent upon what we receive for property taxes. So it takes into consideration that we're going to get so much money for property tax, and then the state makes up the rest for us to get a total of 8,700. So if our property tax values go up, then the state contributes less.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if we have, I'm trying to find the right word for it, where people dispute their taxes,
Mhm.
then we get less money, right? If they dispute their taxes, then that's when we have to go back to the state and say, hey, we thought we were going to get 5 million. We only got 4.5. Can you now give us our other $500,000
Yeah.
to make up for it? Yes, sir.
We increase enrollment. That help?
So when you increase enrollment, we still get 8,700. We just get it for more kids.
Does anyone else have any other questions for Mrs. Dunpry?
I'd like to ask Ms. Dunphy, right here it says added needs. What does that refer to?
So, now you're gonna make me pull out a big sheet of paper. Okay, you gotta give me a second so I can pull up my file and tell you what
Okay.
account numbers go in.
It's under expenditure.
Yep, I see it. Just give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
So with your added needs, this is gonna be special education services. It's gonna be your special ed teachers all fall in that area. And you're gonna have some tutors and mentors that give extra services to students fall in that bucket.
Ms. Dunphy, is it any specialty like psychologist or
So that's
any
actually,
mental for the HD? You know what I'm trying to say? Are those type of professionals in that added needs as well?
no, so they are in your pupil service. Can I do my motion now?
Oh, yes, I was.
Oh, you got
I'll
it.
let you do the motion, but yeah.
Okay. I seek a motion and a second to move action item 11.1, 2021-2022 budget amendment to the regular board meeting on February 16, 2022 for approval.
So moved.
Support.
Support.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion to move action item 11.1 budget amendment to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Danielle Green,
Yes.
Chris Del Moroni,
Yes.
Joyce McNeil,
Yes.
Adrian Walker.
Yes.
Helen Gilbert,
Yes.
Carol McIntosh.
Yes.
And myself, Laura McIntyre, yes. The motion passes by a vote of 7 yes to 0 no. Ms. Dunphy?
Okay. I seek a motion and a second to move action item 11.2, authorization to increase fiscal year 22 audit services contract to the regular board meeting on February 16th, 2022 for approval.
So move.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I did. And Trustee McIntyre, I think you asked this at the last meeting. As I was looking at the report and looking at the additional costs, it seems like it was in relation to the forensic audit that we had asked to do as it related to some of the legal documents that were in question. Did we ever get a report back on that?
Nothing was provided to me.
Okay.
That was supposed to be between the board and the audit services directly.
Okay.
Anyone else have discussion? Yes.
So the request for this motion is to continue to work with them and pay them, and we haven't gotten a
That's correct.
report? Oh, okay.
So, yeah, the motion is to pay for the services that they've already rendered.
For the report, we haven't got.
I can speak to the report.
So I'd like to say, I think Attorney Lee kind of requested that they provided some kind of an invoice, but she indicated that it wasn't adequate and requested further information, and that is yet to be forthcoming.
So is this for the additional years that she was talking about? Or this, because the 1 year was supposed to be like 10,000, and then additional years, boy, I already know my vote on this, so it don't matter. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So we haven't brought this before a finance subcommittee meeting. We haven't had one yet. This is definitely something that I would like to get further input into. I really don't feel comfortable giving Plant Moran, they're requesting an amount that I don't see sufficient invoices for on advice from our attorney. So would it be possible to table this? What would be your recommendation? What are the pros and the cons of tabling it?
We received this invoice in December, and they did render some services. And so the first couple lines did relate to the audit that they completed, our financial audit. And we can't partially pay an invoice. Our system, we can't set up to pay partial. We either have to pay it all or we don't pay it at all in our system. Unless you ask them to give us 2 separate invoices.
I mean, that might be the solution. We've still requested for a more complete invoice.
That's right.
So maybe that might be a solution. I
Yeah.
believe.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
And Trustee McIntosh?
Is it on me?
Yeah, I'm calling on you.
The separate invoice thing, I like that idea. Furthermore, they were supposed to give us a report on the findings on 3 different occasions. We have not received anything. They don't want to put anything in writing, but yet they have the nerves to request payment, which I don't mind. I would definitely vote to pay them if I could prove they've done some work. We don't have anything to support that they've even done that portion of the work. So if I would definitely need a separate invoice to even support this, because like I said, I don't see us paying them for everything and you haven't completed everything. How, so that's like paying for services you haven't received.
Thank you,
Okay, Pastor Gilbert.
Sister Laura. The thing is, the report, whatever the contract for Plant Moran, the language, that's what they're supposed to fulfill. And if they're not fulfilling that, and if we don't know if they're fulfilling that, then it goes back to what I said earlier. We've got to stop allowing people to come in and just stick their hands in the till of the Flint Community School District. And the reason that they're able to do it because the board allows them to do it. We cannot allow this. We just want them to come and tell, because we might have questions. We might say, well, why didn't you go over there and open that door and look at that? That could be something we might do. And so that's the real problem. And unless there's some kind of deadline or we up against a wall or something like that, it's got to stop. So for me, nothing towards you in any way, Ms. Dunphy, but I'm voting no.
So I want to say that I wasn't involved in the contract for the additional services, so I don't have any, I can't say, oh, they violated the contract, they didn't do
Right.
anything. I think that was between the board and the audit services directly. I
Right, I
wasn't
don't think that have
involved.
anything to do
And
with
thank
it.
you for that, because this was done before I got here. So I just want to see it.
I guess we'll kind of do a little point of information. Trustee McIntyre, if you can remember, we've been talking about having invoices to validate, has nothing to do with you, Ms. Dunphy. But we have been talking about invoices over a year now to validate, before we can approve something. And we did a lot of things to, go through, but we made a commitment as a new board, coming into new things that we would no longer be approving stuff. Because we, board members, we all have other responsibilities. And so then we get these packets. I would like to see an invoice behind this. I would like to see something behind it.
So there is an invoice on page 44, but I think the challenge is that.
I think
it's enough detail.
an adequate invoice would be more.
And I think Ms. McIntyre had already said that she'd been waiting on that. They're supposed to provide us with some information on that invoice. I thought it was about 10,000 that we thought, but we just don't have anything. So it's a no vote for me,
Unless we table it, yeah.
unless we table it.
So may I ask the question? Would you like for me to ask for 2 separate invoices?
Yes.
I think, should we make someone can make a motion that we can ask for a more comprehensive invoice and 2 separate invoices, one for the basic services that we've contracted to do and one for the additional services.
For
And
the
then
audit.
we can table this until we get that information and then bring it forward again to discuss payment.
And I'll make that motion. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So my
Support.
only- okay, I just got a question before you guys
I didn't
vote
make
on
the
it.
motion, I just said. yeah,
Okay.
yes.
So
Because
is this something that you would like for me to try and request to have to come back to the regular board meeting? I don't know if I can get it that fast. I'm just asking. Is that something, if I get it before the regular board meeting?
No.
No?
I mean, it would be nice if you could get that information before the regular board meeting. I'm not going to hold my breath. But I think this is going to be tabled so that we can get that information evaluated as a board.
Okay.
So the onus isn't on you. This isn't about, but if you could request that information and get it as quickly as possible. But we have asked for it in the past and it's been months. Trustee Delmarone?
Thank you. How do these additional services outside the normal audit?
What?
Were they given permission to do this stuff or what is it?
Yes.
I mean, I'm just thinking you have a contract and you agree to do something for X amount of dollars and then you go beyond that and then you expect to get paid?
So during an audit, there are, they can have an anticipation of what they expect to do. And with an audit, and I'm not saying for the additional services, for the additional audit, but for the top half, okay? You can have an expectation of what you plan to do, but when you get into it, you may determine that there's other things that you had to take care of that you didn't intend to. And so therefore, this is not uncommon.
Okay, got it. And also, we
Just
have a
the point
motion.
of information that we did request some additional, but without an invoice
Right.
to determine what actually took place, we don't know if that was what we had requested.
And this doesn't necessarily speak to the motion, but there's a typo or something in that second paragraph on page 43. The 77,077,1867.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Any other comments?
So I'll be amending the because there's already a motion on the floor, right? This
No,
is
I
our,
didn't. You said you were gonna make the motion.
okay, I thought we were in the middle of a motion,
Yeah, we're in
right?
the middle of the motion that I put forth to ask for this to be approved.
Oh, right.
So we have to vote on this first.
Yeah, I think you got to vote on that.
Yes, then we'll vote on it. Okay, so the motion to move action item, 11.2 to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Danielle Green?
I thought we was tabling it. We're not tabling it?
We have to vote not to move it forward.
Oh, gotcha.
And
Okay.
then we're going to have a motion to do all these other things.
Yes, okay.
Okay, but
No.
this, we have to deal with the motion.
Gotcha. No for me.
Christelle Maroney?
I'm sorry.
This is to move the motion forward to the regular board meeting to pay Plant Moran for these services.
No.
Joyce McNeil? No. Adrian Walker?
No.
Alan Gilbert?
No.
Carol McIntosh?
No.
Myself, Laura McIntyre, is a no. The motion fails by a vote of 0 yes to 7 no.
And I'd like to make a motion that we request 2 separate invoices from Plant Moran, comprehensive invoices that will detail services rendered.
Support.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion to move the agenda,
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the motion to request 2 separate
the
invoices.
motion,
Yep.
let's just say the motion to the regular board meeting? It would, or just the
No.
motion to approve, the motion for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve.
For what you just said.
Yes.
Point of information, Sister Laura Chair. Can Brother Walker just restate his motion?
Yes, this is the motion to request that we receive 2 separate invoices for the additional services that were performed by Plant Moran. And we're asking that they be, comprehensive so we can understand the services rendered. And I think we'll have to wait until we get that information in order to be able to move forward, but we want to authorize that process.
Yes. Okay, so as I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Danielle Green,
Yes.
Christelle Maroney,
Yes.
Joyce McNeil,
Yes.
Adrian Walker,
Yes.
Alan Gilbert,
Yes.
Carol McIntosh,
Yeah.
and myself, Laura McIntyre, yes. The motion passes by a vote of 7 yes to 0 no. Ms. Dunphy?
I seek a motion and a second to move action item 11.3, authorization to install new water to steam heat exchangers at Southwestern to the regular board meeting on February 16, 2022 for approval.
So moved.
Support.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Quick question, Ms. Dunphy, I know I ask this all the time, so please bear with me, but as it relates to the line item that this will be hitting, it says general funds, and I always ask a question about ESSER dollars and this being an allowable expense as we're just trying to protect that on down. Is that would this be an eligible expense item under ESSER?
So it is a potential that
Okay.
it can be eligible under ESSER 2, but not ESSER 3. However, we did not bid this out, so I am not 100% sure.
Okay.
Okay?
And, okay,
Excuse, you said you didn't bid it out, meaning you didn't put an hour, so that's why you can't use the ESSER fund, because Johnson Controls is going to do this work.
This is
Am I-
not Johnson Control, this is Johnson Wood,
Okay,
so it's a different contractor.
okay,
Okay.
I got you. Thank you.
Mhm.
So is it a reason that we didn't bid it out versus them doing the work so we could have covered it with the ESSER funds?
Pete, talk about why you said we need this.
Johnson and Wood has been familiar with this issue in our heating system. With Southwestern for several years now.
Okay.
And they have identified this, and they are a local contractor.
That's why we didn't put an RFP out?
Ongoing. This, you want to, like, why we need to do it now? Like, this is
Is that
an
what we did
issue?
because it's an emergency or?
The system is
Oh,
seen its best day. It needs immediate attention,
okay.
and this is something that has been addressed before.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'm bringing it to you so that we can have a more reliable system, more efficient system in our high school.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. P.
Fund dollars. We're already in a deficit. Our general fund dollars are tight. We have all these ESSER dollars available. So to me, it is irresponsible as a district for us to just decide we're not going to RFP it and just select the company and take it out of our general funds. That's not acceptable, in my opinion. I'm just one person. So for those reasons, I would definitely not support this.
Superintendent?
I agree with Mrs. McIntosh because I thought this was an emergency from last month.
Yeah. that's what
This
they
was one of
told
the things that Mr. Akaniki has stated to us that we have a trouble with heat, and we have students in classrooms that have no heat because of this. So this is my first time hearing that this is not an emergency and we need to take care of this.
And I just asked that.
No, it's urgent.
So it is.
Well, if it's a month going on, we could have RFP'd it a month ago.
We didn't because it just, what I'm saying is, I
I
do agree
understand what
with
you're
you,
saying.
but what I'm saying to you is it got tabled because we didn't have committee meetings,
Okay.
or it would have been done last month. So it
Well-
got tabled because we didn't have committee meetings.
Okay, but let me say this, yes. But if we got a situation like that, you can always call an emergency meeting because we have almost 0 temperatures. That's an emergency. So that calls for an emergency meeting, and our dollars are tight. And I'd rather for us to have an emergency meeting and avoid an emergency situation than to not have an emergency meeting and end up in an emergency situation and spending out of our general fund balance. It's not physically responsible. So I think we should RFP it, and then if it goes out and we find ourselves in an emergency, then act like it's an emergency. But I think we need to be responsible and follow the protocol. That's it.
I'll do go Ms. Green and then Dr. McNeil.
So what's the collective time for the RFP process? How long does that take? To get it together, put it out, wait for responses? What's the process? How long does it take?
So it's about 30 days. So you have to post it for so long. You
Yeah.
have to put the paperwork together to put the bid out. You got to post it for so long. You got to get the bids in. You got to review them. Then you got to select. Then we got to bring it to you for you to approve it. And then they can start to work.
Right, because I'm thinking Johnson and Wood, if you put RFP out, since they're so familiar, they can go through the RFP process and bid on it. And I guess I'm still not 100% clear if it's an emergency. You're saying yes to me, but you said no to Carol. So it is an emergency?
I didn't say that. I said it is urgent. I
Yeah, he
that
said it
from
was
day one.
urgent. Yeah,
Well,
did
he
say
said that later. So let me,
Yeah, he
hold on,
did.
Pastor Gilbert, hold on.
he did.
When I actually said yeah.
And then he said it's gonna be when I ask.
Exactly, so thank you. So it is. So I'm clear. I'm talking to you.
I'm sorry, well,
So it is an emergency, that's just it.
this is very urgent that
Okay,
we
very
take care
urgent,
of this
okay.
issue. It's something that we have difficult creating efficiencies in the system at Southwestern
Right,
due
okay.
to these items that I have specified in here.
Mhm.
And that's why I brought it to you. I brought it to you a month ago. And now it's here tonight.
Mhm.
And the other thing is we're 14 to 16 weeks out
Mhm.
to get these materials. So if we delay it anymore, then we're going to be into next year's heating season. And
So now it's making a little more sense to me. Okay, okay, gotcha.
So with, can I just say with, I think there's like a communication issue. I think you saying emergency equates to Pete saying it's
That's a
very.
yes or no question.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And I can appreciate, I want to thank you, Mr. Metter, for your hard work. I know that you're there on weekends and I know you've brought this before the board before, and it's not, we're having problems with the subcommittee meetings and everything. So this isn't a reflection on you or a critique of you. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you for your hard work and thank you. And if there's a miscommunication, you have stated that this is urgent. I think maybe over the years, you've stated that so many things have been urgent and have been ignored that you might be to the point where you're just like, yeah, it needs to be done, because there's so many things that are urgent that need to be done. And I know that you're like walking around buildings, putting buckets under drips and putting Band-Aids on bullet wounds. So I appreciate what you're doing. So who was next? Was Carol, were
I
you?
don't know if I'm next, but
I had my hand up
Sorry,
for a while.
Joyce. Yeah.
You kind of expound on what I was saying, and there is a urgency over there, with that boiler, with that work over there. And then we have to look at, remember, we got about 90 or 118 wheelers sitting on the back of the bridge. And when we start talking about supplies, that, how are we gonna get these supplies in a timely manner if we start going out doing an RFP? Should the kids and should the people in the building suffer because of our neglect on whatever side it is? So I think we're just gonna have to make a decision, but I would like to see an RFP, but I'm not willing for our children and teachers and everybody to sit in there at the night. And it can go down tomorrow. And
yes,
we
it
can't,
could very
yeah.
easily. And if
And,
that happens,
Yeah, so I just think that, like we keep saying, we just got to do better. But when it comes to this situation here, I think it's a yes for me to move it on.
Pastor Gilbert?
Yes, I'm just, my feet stuck in the concrete, Pete. And you know that I support you, but when it's urgent, when it's critical, the board gotta know. We just gotta know so we can act. And I'm not necessarily putting it on you, but this thing of, we need to know so we can act. And we got to change the way we do. And if the board knows and the RFP system is in place, if we get outside the guidelines of the RFP protocol, that's where stuff gets really murky. And I'm not accusing nobody of taking nothing or accepting anything, but that's the problem. We've got to stick to the procedures that we got in place. And we can't keep making caveats to it every time it comes up. It just ain't gonna work no more. And I'm just sorry. I'm voting no.
I'd like to, unless you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'll be quick. And I think I already spoke before, but again, I struggle with it. I still have to make up my mind in terms of what I'm going to vote. But when I look at this and I look at the other two items that will follow, and I look at the potential eligibility of use, that's close to 160,000 that we're talking about that doesn't have to come out of general fund, right? And we talk about how amazing these ESSER dollars are, but if we're not using them, it's like, man, we're missing out on an opportunity, because what I don't want to have happen is because we're sending dollars back to the feds because we didn't use these dollars that could have been used, and we're draining our general fund. But at the same time, I understand the urgency of the moment. I just hope, and it's my prayer that and I know you all are doing yeoman's work in terms of everything that you're doing, but it comes down to planning, I think, right? Because, okay, we're talking about this issue, but what else is going on, right? Because I don't want to have to continue to drain the general fund.
Carol?
I'm gonna say, this goes back to a conversation we had as a board. We had students out in the first 30 days, 1/3 of the time, because we didn't have air. When all you gotta do before school start is turn the air, at the end of the school year, check the air in all the buildings. So we ended up missing all them days. Now here it is, the heat. We in Michigan. We in the smack dead of winter. Okay? And we haven't checked our heat before now. And now all of a sudden our backs is against the wall. Now we got government dollars for stuff like this. But because of a time issue, we spending money we really don't have versus spending money that we do have for this purpose. Because how long has this situation been going on? Is this a new development out Southwestern? It started getting cold back in what, September, October? And it's now here we are in February, realizing our babies are without heat. There's no excuse for this. There's no excuse for this. So now, like I said, now we're finna spend general funds. We in a deficit. We need those funds to pay other bills. And then, like Mr. Walker said, there's a chance if we don't spend these extra dollars right, we might have to give them back. Is this district really in a position to have to give back any kind of funds? We know we got heating issues. We know we got cooling issues. We said this at the beginning of last year. Let's check our heating and cooling. And when the school year start up, let's know we got heat. And let's know we gonna be cool. I don't care how many, it shouldn't be that high. If we got 11 buildings, take a day and go to each building and flick it on, the air. Then the next day, go back tomorrow and flick on the heat. If it's hot, when you go back the next day, the air ain't working, okay? If it's cold, when you go back and it should be warm, the heat ain't working. And then we can RFP this stuff. I'm voting no too. We're gonna have to get some space heaters. I'm not, because this is getting ridiculous.
So I'd like to say I agree. I think it's been a couple of months since we've had subcommittee meetings, which is exactly our committee meetings, so we can get going, moving forward. I do agree that we should have an RFP so that we can get our dollars and not have it come to, just reiterate that thing about, I'm not like saying it's your fault or anything like that, because I know that you've been asking for this for years. There's a whole list of things that, whether it's an emergency or urgent, that you've been asking for. You're like, look, we're hanging on by a rubber band and some Scotch tape. I don't know how long it's gonna last, and you've been very patient dealing with that. It's on us to change the system, to change the board. And I know that we've talked about this, and we'll work on this tomorrow, to make sure that we have the subcommittee meetings in December and in January, and we continue the work all go to every single building almost every single day, like doing all of this work, even on weekends. So I appreciate that. I really, really, really do. That being said, I think we should RFP and move forward, and I hope it's not too late. Dr.
Yes,
James.
but if we RFP and if it breaks down, we just have to go to Plan B, and do what we have to do, and then we might have to come back to this particular person. But if we go out and do an RFP and try to beat, what's going on, then I think I heard Madam President say we just have to move them.
Move to another area.
And then we have to move them to another area because we really crunch for dollars. And I love the kids, and I'm very concerned about human beings more than money. But at the same time, I pray that it doesn't happen. Just to prove a point that, you know, what we're trying to prove. And that we're not putting our kids at risk or anything. So I would just move it for the RFP. And then if something happens, we just have to come back as a board and do what it have to do to make sure it's not the kids' fault, it's not your fault. It's just that I remember Ms. McIntyre really, we had this document about a month or so ago, and we had this discussion that we needed this done. So moving forward, if they, whatever the board's preference, that's fine with me.
Ms. Green?
I just wanted to add, after having to take 600,000 out of the general funds for the roof at Door Rider, we
Yes.
cannot afford. And like I said, moving to another area, hopefully we don't have to do that. But I'm glad that we have an option to do that. So that's it for me.
Yes, so I think one of the question is, even if we were to take this money out of general fund, will we be able to spend the balance of the ESSER funds? Which at that point, then this becomes a non-issue. But I know it's like with the land bank, they had money that came into them. It was a hardest hit fund. And if they spent it all and other communities did not spend it, then they were able to get some of that money from the other communities that did not spend it. So hopefully we get to that level and it helps. Well, that some school districts may not spend their money and we'll be able to get even more. But again, if we're going to spend all our ESSER monies anyways, then this becomes a non-issue. So it would have been good if we had gotten it out for a proposal, but it didn't happen.
Is there any further discussion?
I
Yes.
just want to say one thing, Mr. Lord Chairman. Pete, I know how hard you work, and I just think that we've got to be able to wrap our arms around situations together. And I know you're willing to do that and getting it to the board in a proper time. And this is not the first time I heard about this. You talked to me about it personally, and you had let me know how important it was. And so as Brother Walker said, it's not aimed at you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that we got to try to do it the right way, where the board is put in a position under President Green that we can take care of the district. That's the key. And that's all that I'm saying. And that's where my problem is. We just have to get out of this thing of what has crippled our district and this board from the past. We've got to do this. And we hope that you will work with us. We know you will, and we will work with you as well. But some of this just has to change, because now I'm entrusted to deal with other people's money. Not my money, maybe I just give it to you, but it's not my money. It belongs to the taxpayers. And so that's the thing I want you to kind of keep in your mind if you can. It's not personal. I support you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate again that I think we could do better supporting you in your job, because I know how hard you work and how tireless you are. And so maybe moving forward, we can have a more robust discussion in a subcommittee meeting, maybe making a list and prioritizing, maybe like a dream list, like what everything needs to be fixed, and then put it in the order of urgency, with the understanding that this is a new board and we're going to listen to you and we're going to take what you have to say, like, for real. Like, it's just not going to, because I know you've been talking about these things for years, and these are things that have come up. But this, like I said, this is a new board and we're moving forward with a different way of working. So did anyone else have any? All right, no other further discussion, seeing none, the motion to move action item 11.3, authorization to install new water to steam heat exchangers at Southwestern. To the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Danielle Green,
No.
Christel Maroney,
No.
Joyce McNeil,
No.
Adrian Walker.
No. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm checking off the wrong. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing 4. Okay, no. Alan Gilbert,
No.
Carol McIntosh,
No.
and myself, Laura McIntyre. No, the motion fails by a vote of 0 yes to 7 no. Ms. Dunphy?
Can I, Ms. Secretary, can I ask something? So what is failing? Do we need to make a motion to put in for the RSVP?
Mhm.
I think that would probably be a good idea.
Okay. So I make a motion to put in the RFP for the new water and steam heat exchanger.
You don't have to do it.
I don't?
No, we'll just do it.
Oh, okay.
We just do it.
Oh, okay.
We'll just do
Just
it. You
do
don't
it.
have to do a
You don't have to
motion.
make a
We got,
motion.
Yeah.
because we have to get the work done. So we just-
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, I want to ask a question before I do the next motion. It's the same concept, so
Oh, yeah,
we
yeah.
may as well just,
Yes.
I don't think there's need for more discussion.
Right.
What if you just put it forward, and then the discussion will be like it's the same thing.
Okay. I seek a motion in a second to move action item 11.4, authorization to install 2 new 25 HP 3-phase base mount pumps at Southwestern to the regular board meeting on February 16, 2022 for approval.
So
moved.
support.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Ms. Dunphy, you wanted to?
I think the discussion should be the same from the last motion.
And this was another emergency too, as well? Okay. Okay.
Is there any discussion?
No.
Yeah, I just want you to speak on it, Pete. Of what-
No, listen, our boilers and our heating systems are in trouble, okay? I wouldn't have brought this here if I didn't think it was crucial. And I realize we can find different ways to finance it and save money and all that. I get that. But I wouldn't have brought it here without doing an RFP if I didn't think it was a timely matter. For example, boiler number 2 at Northwestern has been down because of this valve. And I brought it to you because of the cost of it. And I wanted to make sure it was okay and to get it approved through the board. But again, it's going to delay this, probably another couple months before we get it approved. And then we're talking months before we can get the part installed. And so and I'm not trying to, con anybody into thinking these things are going to blow up on us, but we're down to 1 boiler at Northwestern that has kicked off on a couple occasions during the winter. And it has been very cold at times, which causes a hardship on the building. And we've had some frozen pipes. And at Southwestern with the entire system. And the items that we pointed out here are, crucial and will increase the efficiency of the building and be able to have more comfortable classrooms and environment. And but if we're going to go to the RFPs, then so be it, and we'll move forward from there.
Thank you, Sister Laura. Pete, the thing I would say is, had we been able to have our committee meetings and action and stuff brought forward to the board in maybe the month of December or January or whatever, wouldn't that have made a difference? If we would have approved it a month ago versus now, that it would have been a help. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion to move action item 11.4 to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Danielle Green,
No.
Christel Maroney,
No.
Joyce McNeil,
I seek a motion and a second to move action item 11.5, authorization to install a new gas valve on boiler number 2 at Northwestern to the regular board meeting on February 16, 2022 for approval.
So move.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I do want to say something because we said we don't have to vote for the RFP. That's what we just told Ms. Green. So we ain't got to vote for the RFP, then we didn't have to have no meetings because they could have just put out for the RFP because we ain't got to vote.
Well, even when we do the RFP, we still got to bring it back and you got to approve.
Yeah.
Well,
who we choose.
I understand that, but I'm saying the RFP could have already been out. And we could have had that portion of the process out the way. Then that could have been 30, 60 days behind us. So since we know that, since we don't have to vote for an RFP unnecessarily, when we know stuff is broke, put the RFP out and see stuff like that, you can put the RFP out and you ain't made no moves to put an RFP out, then bring it before the board versus doing stuff that's gonna cost us money, agreeing to it, then you wanna bring that before the board. No, it can't, it don't work like that. So if we got work, Mr. Kevlin can get in touch with us and say, hey, we got a situation. We done had to put an RFP out, such and such and so and so. All that's possible. We don't have to have a set up scheduled meeting to get the work done on the building. That's what we got administration and emails for, and special and emergency board meetings. That's it.
So context is just like with Doyle Ryder, when it was an emergency
Right.
brought to the administration that we have to get this done.
Well, that was
So-
absolutely.
So I said, bring it to the board meeting. At the board meeting, I'm just giving you context so you understand why an RFP wasn't even a consideration. Because if it was an emergency brought to the administration, we can't RFC, we got to get this done.
Right.
So we brought it to the board meeting and that's when everything was tabled. And so it was still an emergency bringing it into February. So it was never a thought to do an RFP for this because it's an emergency. So when it's an emergency, we have to get it done. In context now, it seems as though we could have. But that wasn't the context of the emergency. And so I just want to make it plain that if we probably would have had the committee meetings, right? We would have said the same thing we said last month. This is an emergency. We need to get this done. And it would have came forward and it probably would have passed without even talking about an RFP. So I just want to give context to the fact that, yes, we can do an RFP for whatever possible, but when emergency comes up and we have to get something done and it's told to the administration, then we bring it straight to the board. And that's what happened with that in January, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Any other discussion? Sorry, you guys, this is like, we've been sitting for a long time.
You guys are getting-
Okay, the motion to move action item 11.5 to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Danielle Green,
No.
Christelle Maroney,
No.
Joyce McNeil,
No.
Adrian Walker,
No.
Alan Gilbert,
No,
Carol McIntosh,
No.
and myself, Laura McIntyre, no. The motion passes by a vote of 0 yes to 7 no.
So, okay, I'm sorry. I should have spoke up earlier on this. This is $7,000.
The last
Yes,
one,
but no.
Yeah, the last one is $7,000. It's not
yeah.
$50,000.
the other one was 96. and
Yeah,
the
yeah, this last one is $7,000. This is,
I seen that.
technically, this is below a bid threshold
Oh,
for me to
Oh,
put out an
okay.
RFP, because
Oh, I
it's
didn't know that.
$7,000.
Right.
I don't know what the
So-
bid show is.
It's
Okay.
26,000.
Oh, okay.
Chairperson, I move for reconsideration.
Yeah.
so just a point of
Yeah,
information,
point of
Sister Laura,
information.
which page, where you at?
It's
'Cause I
on
was looking at
55.
We're on page 55.
55, oh, okay. I was on page
54 is the resolution, 55 is the executive summary.
Okay. Okay. Now.
I don't know.
Yes, Carol?
So since it is below the threshold, can we just automatically take that out of ESSER funds?
Good question.
No.
Worth a shot.
We trying. No.
Oh, my God.
We can't or we can't?
No, we can't. That's right.
Because it has to go up for bid.
No.
But like this is, but, okay,
No,
I
I
hate to
understand.
say it this way, but this is $7,000. You, like, this is like normal operational stuff we would pay for $7,000. This is not like 150 or 200, like this is actual normal size expenses that we pay for out of general fund. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm
My
saying?
mistake, because I was back on the 95,000.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I seen it was 7, but I still thought if we could stop from our general fund, we should do that if we could, but we can't, so let's move on, right?
All right.
Well, we did take a vote, so how do we overcome that vote? I don't know that we can do a motion to reconsider because we all voted no.
Mo ain't here, and I don't know. Reconsider.
Even, point of information,
Yeah.
even though it's only $7,000, it's still gonna come out of general fund. Now, is this a super emergency? I mean, because my whole point is, I don't wanna take it out to general funds if we don't have to. If we could use extra funds for it, it was my thought. But since we can't, what would we have to do to qualify that for ESSER funds? And are we in a dire need for that where we can't make it through the RFP process?
So I'm gonna be honest with you, because it's below the bid threshold. I gotta go and ask somebody else about that. about
Okay, so
doing an
that's
RFP for
different. That's different. That's gonna
$7,000.
hold up everything. That's
Yeah,
different. Okay,
because I don't know that.
all
I'll be
right.
honest.
Okay, I got you. That's
The
fine.
boiler's down.
Can we make
Okay, so it's, okay, so it's
The
emergency.
boiler is down because of this valve.
Okay.
Can we make a reconsideration? Is that?
How about if we just make a new motion of some sort, so
Uh-huh.
Okay.
that'll overcome what we did here.
That's what you do.
Who made that motion? Whoever made that motion would probably have to take it back or rescind it.
That was the motion I brought forth.
Would it
so
be a
y'all
motion to
voted that down.
reconsider
Yeah, maybe that could be it.
the vote?
I could be mistaken, but I think the motion to reconsider has to be made by someone who voted in the
Correct.
affirmative.
That's what I was
And we
correct.
all voted no.
No, and we all voted no.
So I think you just have to do a new motion to say, can we do this now?
Right.
I think that's the way it has to go.
Well, all right, I'll move to authorize the $7,475 because you said the system is down or something?
Yes, boiler number 2 is down.
Because the boiler's
Support.
down.
Okay, it's been made, the motion has been made, supported and seconded. Is there any discussion? Oh my God, stop it. Okay, seeing none, the motion to move the action item to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Danielle, sorry, Danielle, I'm reading your
Yes.
name, but not saying it out loud. Okay. Yes. Chris Maroney,
Yes,
Joyce McNeil,
Yeah.
Adrian Walker.
Yes.
Ellen Gilbert. Carol McIntosh.
Yes.
Myself, Laura McIntyre. Yes, the motion passes by a vote of 7 yes to 0 no. Thank you, Mrs. Dumpre.
Thank you, Ms. Dunford. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Pete. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member McIntyre, Ms. Domfrey, and Ms. McKee.
Seeing no further
sorry.
action,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was waiting to see if anyone had anything
Oh,
else to add or anything. Okay, seeing no further action, I declare the Finance and Operations Committee of the whole meeting adjourned. I now turn the floor back over to the board president. The rest of the agenda, time of adjournment is 10:31.
Thank you, Board Member McIntyre, Ms. Domfrey, and Mr. Pete. At this time, I will call the Committee of the Whole to order for action items to be presented to the board. Mr. Jones. Where, right here? Oh, oh, don't you hear? Oh, so different. Oh. Oh. I just paid attention. Say this again? Okay. Okay. So do I read this? Okay. I would like to call the committee of the whole meeting to order to present action items to the board. Board member Dale Marone was appointed as Flint School Liaison during January 12, 2022 annual organization meeting. However, he did not appoint an alternate at that time, so we will do so now.
We should take a 2 minute break.
Point of information.
Yes.
We need to take a break already.
You said I was supposed to appoint an alternate?
We need a break.
Yeah, let's take a break, guys.
We need a break.
Let's take a
Yeah.
5-minute
Well,
break.
can we table this? Can we table, we can also table the rest of the meeting and put it on the next, depending on how important or
I
pertinent
want to
it
get
is.
these action items done.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need a
10-minute break.
Kim, 5 is fine. 5 is fine.
Yeah,
I
motion.
said 10. Yeah, okay.
And I said 15, so.
Okay, well, I say 10.
Ah,
10.
15.
Support. 10.
Okay.
What's that?
I know that's right.
Start bringing it back. Yeah, break two.
You guys, you go to the bathroom, I think it's voted on.
Better go now.
Oh.
You might hang around.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Oh. I thought it was Mr. Jones. Gotcha. What's up there? Okay. I'm calling the committee of the whole meeting to order. It is 10:44. I would like to call the committee of the whole meeting to order. I guess I already said that, but I'll just make sure you heard me. Board member Demarone was appointed as Flint School Liaison during the January 12, 2022 annual organization meeting. However, we did not appoint an alternate at that time, so we will do so now. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Demarone.
so what had happened is, I think it was at the February meeting, we were to elect, appoint someone. And underneath that, then it said to elect, appoint an alternate. And I guess all of us, none of us recognized that to do the alternate. So I went to the first meeting last month and they texted me, emailed me, asking who the alternate was. So I don't know, because we didn't really take action on that. So President Danielle and I, we spoke, and I think I even brought it up at the meeting. It was kind of like it's always been the president. For me, it doesn't matter who. But so I think tonight would be a good time to elect the alternate.
Thank you, Mr. Demarone. So it doesn't have to be me. I did agree to be the alternate, but we can take nominations and we can vote on it and move forward, however you guys want to do it.
I think we nominated Pastor Gilbert and he declined. So I think that just nobody,
Okay.
but I mean, would you like to reconsider Pastor Gilbert?
Yeah, I reckon I will. Only because Chris is, I know Chris's record. He ain't gonna miss nothing. He
That's
don't
funny.
play around. I'm not to worry about that. Yeah,
So-
he gonna be where he's supposed to be.
So Laura, you're nominating Pastor Gilbert?
You can do it too. I just
Oh,
was
it's-
noting that we had nominated him.
Okay, so he said, oh, okay,
So yeah, I mean, I'll nominate
Okay.
him. Do
I
you,
accept it.
any other nominations? All righty, so we'll take a vote on it. As I call your name, say yay or nay for Pastor Gilbert. McIntyre,
yay?
Walker,
Yes.
Yay.
myself is a yay. Mr. Demarone,
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert,
No, I did, yeah.
He's not going to survive. Take the
McIntyre,
position.
McIntyre.
Yay, yay.
We didn't, do I need to go back and do that?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
We didn't do that.
It's 12 o'clock.
Put it all together. Come on.
We didn't accept the nomination.
No, it had to be moved by Dennis second.
Yep, that's what I didn't do.
Right.
So
Okay.
Make a motion.
Motion again, Laura, please.
Oh, I make a motion to nominate Pastor Gilbert.
Support.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we appoint Pastor Gilbert as the Flint Community Schools alternate to the Genesee County Association of Board Members Executive Committee. Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve 21.9 will be conducted by roll call vote. Joyce McNeil,
Yeah, yeah.
Laura McIntyre,
Yay.
Adrian Walker,
Yes.
Chris Demarone,
Yes.
Mr. Gilbert,
Yeah.
Carol McIntyre.
Yes.
And myself.
Points, it talks about the term, the initial term, first, second, third, fourth extension. And length the final extension is for 6 months. So I'm thinking somewhere there's a typo here. because the length of final extension, final, is until December 31st of 2021. And now we want to do an extension from January 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2022. So I don't know how we can call an extension beyond the final extension an extension. It sounds like it's a new, let me say, contract. And I'm wondering why this extension is only for 6 months and not 12 as the previous, the first, second, third, fourth extension. So why are we not going 12 months? And why are we doing an extension beyond the length of final extension?
So we want to complete the school year to June and do an RFP at that time to open up our opportunities. However, in order for us to kind of keep things moving, and we're doing our community forums and we're doing all of these things right now, we don't need a gap in that space right now. So I want to extend it till June. And then when June comes, we will do an RFP for the next school year. So I just need to extend it and keep things moving and not have a gap in our PR. And the work we're doing with live streams and other things right now. So I wanted to extend it so we won't have to worry about PR right now until the end of the school year, and then we'll do an RFP.
And we'll do the RFP well before that.
Yeah, so
in
we'll
the
start
next
that
month or
process
so.
a little bit before then.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion?
Madam President, through you to Superintendent Jones, I just seen this. This is a monthly fee, right?
It's the same fee, yes. it's the
Every
sa-
month?
It's the same
Don't
fee every
increase.
month. No increase.
Okay.
No, sir.
I mean, yeah.
You got it, Ray.
And
Mr.
it's out of
Jones,
the general fund, right?
That's out of the general fund.
General fund.
Yes. I'm getting sleep.
Me too. Mr.
I'm
Walker?
sorry.
Yep.
That's okay.
I'll just say, I know, previously we expressed some concerns, to be honest with you, that we had with Lambert. I think Lambert has definitely stepped things up since then, looking at the things that they've done. But with that being said, as we're talking about costs, I know I see the 9,500, I see the 1,000 in pro bono, but in the third paragraph on page 64, I'm looking at the things that they also mentioned that would potentially be reimbursed, and just wondering, is that on top of the 9,500, or in the third paragraph on that it starts FCS also agrees to reimburse, or is that included within the 9,500? Yeah, it's on just page 64 in the third paragraph.
Yeah, I see that.
Kind of getting
That was
the,
the question I had
okay,
too. Thank you. Okay. So I have a question to piggyback on that too.
Hold on, Laura.
Oh,
Let
okay.
me give him a minute to try to read.
Yep. So this is if we did extra outside of what we normally have done with them. If we did extra work or asked for extra things, there would be things that we have to pay for. But it's been the same every month, and we don't plan on asking them to do anything outside of that we wouldn't bring to the board.
Yeah. Laura.
That doesn't, it still doesn't, I don't understand what the expected that we're going to get for 10,000 a month, and then reasonable expenses incurred while performing under this agreement, including but not limited to. How do we know what's additional wire service distribution, mileage, postage? I mean, how do we know what the limit is? I thought.
It will come to us before they even do it.
Right, but for a flat fee of almost $10,000 a month, they're supposed to provide a service, and then on addition, like if there's extra postage and stuff, that doesn't make sense to me. And also, so what do they do with the video? Do they host the video calls or the meetings? What do they do?
Are we talking about the live stream?
Yeah,
They create the StreamYard, they videotape, they do the StreamYard for us, they videotape, and then they upload it. So while I'm hosting and I have others there, they are ensuring that the technical parts of that is being done, and then they upload it to social media for others to see.
And so this is a fee, a monthly fee, no matter how many meetings you have? So like when you're doing these public outreach meetings, that was all included, or did they charge us extra for those?
No, we have not been charged extra.
So you could do like a meeting every day and they would,
We have
Video-
live streams. We got about probably 15
so
coming up.
that's part of what's
It's
covered.
part of the PR, yeah.
Because I was confused that we're getting charged extra for the enrollment campaign and the videos for that.
So if we go on television and they set that up, we have to pay for the television. We have to pay for the commercials.
The cost of the commercial.
Yeah, we would have to pay for the commercials
You
because
said video production though. Like where is
that's like if they brought in cameras, and video certain things that we're doing or a production that we put on. StreamYard is different.
Okay,
That's different. That's a different platform.
so our enrollment admissions campaign was in addition to the services they're providing every
I'm
month.
not gonna say that. I don't know about the enrollment admissions campaign. I wasn't
It's,
privy to that.
okay.
So I can't answer you that, but I can get that information.
Where
Are
did
you
I-
talking about back in August,
I-
July?
I'm sorry, this is like a 150 page board packet. I was skimming through it. I remember seeing that. And I'm trying to find where it was.
What was that again, Sister Laura, you said?
The back to school campaign.
That we were charged extra for a campaign.
You talking about
Um,
video production and graphic design?
Something. I'm sorry, I'm all over the
If it was
place here.
additional work that included videography or commercials needed on other stations, we would have to pay for those additional services because Lambert doesn't pay 92.7 commercial.
Right.
Those are additional services.
Mhm.
All right, I'm sorry, like I'm not being specific because I thought I remembered seeing something and I had a question about it and then.
They will set it up, but it's an additional cost because
Where is this?
What's it called?
it's
Okay. So this does come out of our general funds. And do you consider this an absolutely essential service that is needed to complete the school year?
I believe PR is necessary, and that's the way we've been able to get the information out about our community forums. I have had them beef up their work doing the live streams, and we're just trying to get the most out of that dollar amount. Since they had came to the meeting and you all expressed to them we weren't happy, we've been trying to get the best out of the dollar amount. However, if I stop now, then everything stops and I have to figure out how to get everything out to our public that we're doing and we're trying to continue. I just want to move to get to June. And once we get to June, we can RFP and explore our options.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for that explanation. I know at this time last year, there was a lot going on and I see that we're having these contracts that are expiring and coming up and we're going to have the same difficulties that we had last year with as they expire, they come before the board and we're like, uh-oh, here we are again at another year. So I can appreciate because of everything that's transpired and you being in the
stated is if you wanted to see one of those contracts, then you would just come into our office and we'll provide that for you before that time. So even right now, Ms. Kiana is getting ready to work on food service. Even though it's not due until the end of the year, she has to start work now. So there's RFPs going out for so much right now. That we almost need some support with RFPs, but it's necessary in order for us to get the work done. So the contracts that we've given you all are all the contracts we have, and the expiration dates are on there.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that and, you know, I can't believe we're finding ourselves, it almost seems like a year has just flown by like this and here we are again. So just to kind of remind us as a new board, we've got to be up on these contracts as they, you know, be more proactive. So, okay, that's all.
President McIntosh? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get you to President McIntosh.
Madam President
Yes.
and
I said
Superintendent
McIntosh.
Jones, that's what I was going to talk about. the
I said McIntosh because I seen her hand up first.
Yeah.
You don't,
Go ahead, he can, I'll go
okay.
after him.
That's all I had.
Okay.
I just wanted to, I remember when Chris did that and you kind of touched on that because once we get beyond and they coming up for renewal or RFP, this is some of the things we want to really get in front of, start to drive the right direction. Because I still say it's going to benefit the bottom line of the district. And we got to be on
Absolutely.
point on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trustee McIntosh?
I'm looking at the Lambert contract. And every time they come, their contract comes up, we pretty much have this, because I see for the enrollment
Yeah.
advertising campaign.
Yeah. There you go. That's what
Well,
I'm
they
talking
didn't
about.
have nothing real sexy out there doing enrollment. It was, I'm serious. Our media, our website
What
information.
page is that on, Carol? Because I was trying to
It's on the
find it.
first, it's right here, second paragraph.
Yeah, on the, right here on the Lambert thing.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
And then this is my other thing. What we paying them for, because they've a la carte every service.
Yes.
Media, wiring, graphics, this, that. So what you doing for $10,000 a month? And the information on the website was years outdated. Okay, but now this one, now if they really, now this paper, what they saying they can do on this paper, if it went down like that, it'd be yay. And I'm still my yay, because I know you got a lot on you and I know you need to make it. But I'm gonna be honest with this Lambert. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Kevlin has thrown himself at the mercy of this board, I've gunned them down. Right, with firecrackers and anything else I had, because in my opinion, it has been less than professional and less than acceptable. Okay? And when we wanted to do, like I said, the hiring campaign, the way we've been talking about that, and they do our electronics and stuff, if that would have been me getting 10,000 plus a month, and I heard y'all say something, I'd have came up here with 25 pictures of little kids smiling and hugging and work for Flint, and I'd have had, we ain't heard nothing from them.
That's right.
We ain't heard, you know, they send this little stuff out to us before the board. I don't see no enthusiasm. I don't see nothing on TV for this district.
Right.
Our website is
Right.
outdated.
That's right.
We be having, I don't know what technology they handle, because it's just sad. It's third world service for first class prices. And I'm gonna be honest, I hope we are on the hunt for something, because I am going to support you now, because you know I love you and I want you to win. And then I'm still questioning all these old extras. They will, no, I will yes it, but I need to see what you are going to do on a monthly basis for $10,000. I need to know what all is included in that. Because like I said, I look at this, they want $1,000 in pro bono services each month. Video production and graphic design for enrollment campaigns is extra. They charging separately for, then they got something here about some legal services. We ain't paying no legal nothing for them. No, because it seems to me, if they get into some litigation because of something dealing with the Flint Community School District, We got attorneys. We gonna vote to pay for their attorney, and who is that? And no, and then you print something wrong and you get sued, and then we gonna pay for your attorney fees. What is this just don't make no sense to me. But $10,000 a month, and then like I said, they got us bound and tied. Lambert and Flint Community School can comply with all applicable laws or regulations under. Okay, we know that, Lambert. We're coming.
And if I may, I think I remember.
I wanted to say something next.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just say this. Lambert has been a troublesome situation since I got on the board in 2017.
Yeah.
I've never thought they ever they shouldn't be a PR firm, in
We
my
shouldn't be
opinion.
talking about that.
I always say an intern could have did more than they did and better than they did. I'm a vote. Mr. Jones needs this, the district needs this.
That's
I
right.
trust my superintendent. So it's a yes for me, but it ain't because I like Lambert, want Lambert, or think Lambert deserves to do our PR. I just know, people like them, so they passed, but Lambert has always been a problem. They have never done anything that's up to par and the standard that I think the Flint Community Schools deserve. I just think they're awful.
And well, I want to finish. Ms. Bengill jumped in.
I'm
And then
sorry.
right here, that's okay. And then it says Lambert will make all reasonable efforts to provide a billing summary of invoices to the Flint Community Schools within 20 business days after the close of each calendar month, which includes out-of-pocket expenses. The terms will be 15 days net. See, they got all that, how you get paid. They how to get that money. But then when it's time to render them services, it's always a breakdown. I'm gonna be honest, Mr. Jones, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I love you, I'm gonna support you, but when this come back,
Oh, no.
because it say this is for 6 months, right?
Mhm.
It'll be over in June.
Yep.
Okay, so because come June, you better have something else going, because I'm telling you now, I am so tired. It's a disgrace to pay them the kind of money we have paid them and get the kind of services we didn't got. This the best thing they just gave us. This right here. This the most professional thing I see them do.
Terrible.
It's a shame. I'm gonna be honest. It's an outrage. Them and Sodexo. If I gotta go in that kitchen and start cooking for them kids, I'm gonna tell you.
I ain't eating.
I'm sorry. I mean, but if I gotta go in there and cook oatmeal and grits this year, I'm gonna be in there because it is a shame for somebody to rake back the kind of, they like a casino. They just collecting money.
I think Lambert's invoices have been consistently like $12,000 a month too, like above and like, so I was surprised. I'm like 9,000. Oh, okay.
And then,
So-
and can they update the website? And we took new pictures too. I went on the website to see if they.
So
were-
it's been updated. I want to know what you mean.
They switched the pictures around.
Oh, it's the pictures up there?
Yeah, I want to know what's not.
Because when I looked up there, it wasn't no pictures of, it was so sad. It was so sad.
We have video, as soon as you turn it on, it's a video
Okay, so
Of
it's
our-
been updated since.
of
I
our
looked.
scholar. Yeah, it's been updated since.
But we got charged extra for that.
No, I'm talking about.
Well,
the
that was
board.
paid for out of a grant.
Oh, still, let's
To
get.
redo our,
Yeah, and even if we pay for it out of a grant, they need to do what they supposed to do. Because these people that give us these grant dollars, they're expecting us to get something for their money. That's all. I'm sorry, y'all. I went on a rant.
Pastor Gilbert.
For Christmas next.
Oh, go ahead.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
Do we have any public relations companies in Flint?
In Michigan?
Because they are Grand Rapids, right?
Oh, they are in Grand Rapids.
Okay, thank you.
So we inherited the work.
Okay,
I just
gotcha.
want to get us,
Right.
I'm not disagreeing.
Okay.
I'm not going into that. I'm just saying, I don't want to stunt the progress that we've made, but we are going to have an RFP to our board so that we can move forward for our next year.
Got
I don't want to jump Mr. Demarani.
Yeah, so I'm going to be looking at page 63 and 64, and I want to point this out. So on page 63, next to the last bullet point, the district can terminate the agreement with or without cause with 30 days written notice. We get to do that, the district. If you go to page 64, it's been changed. The parties agree that either party may terminate this agreement by providing the other with 60 days notice. So, I mean, if we approve this, the clock's running to get the 60 days before it expires. That's how I'm kind of reading it, but I don't know why that change is made. It sounds like it's gone from our advantage to terminate to they can also.
But the legal people, they don't know, they
They
ain't,
just doing what they want to
the
do.
legal department.
And everything else, I just wonder, weighing an RFP for a company versus looking at bringing it in-house for a person.
So we discussed this. I would ask Kiana to help me with that. We discussed this, and I think this is something that the previous administration was looking at. Kiana, am I right? Are you here still? Okay.
All right. Is there any more discussion?
It's
Oh,
just
Mr.
one.
Delmarani?
So given the scope of what they're doing, Lambert, I'm sure they're communicating to the general public and more specifically to our students and their families about whether school's going to be open or not because of COVID. Is it possible that some of this money that's being spent would be covered under the ESSER funds?
I would have to ask my team for us to look into that.
Yeah.
We have talked about trying to have a campaign with doing it like television, we've interviewed out. I'm so interviewed out, I don't know what to do, but a campaign with television and one-on-one talks, getting on all the radio stations and having spaces there. Also what you call it, on the streets, on the highways.
Billboards.
Yes, I'm sleepy, everybody. I'm sorry. Billboards, and that's all separate from that. But I think that's a conversation that we can have, and I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, make a note.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, the motion to move action item 21.10 to the regular board meeting for adoption. I would conduct a roll call vote as I call your name, say yes or no. Dr. McNeil?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre? Laura McIntyre? Laura? I'm sorry. I thought you could hear me.
No.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Chris Delmaroni?
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert?
Yes.
Carol McIntosh?
A hard yes, a struggling, agonizing yes.
And myself is a yes. Motion passes 6-1.
Oh, I have one more.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thank you, board members. I seek a motion in a second to move action item 21.11, authorization to implement the Flint Community Schools 2022-2027 strategic plan to the regular board meeting on February 16th, 2022 for approval.
So moved. It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Laura?
I'd like to make a motion that we eliminate page 11 from the strategic plan in its entirety.
Page 11.
Was it? Go ahead. Get back there.
Page 11.
Are you talking about the picture of this picture?
I'm talking about the
Can you
picture
repeat
and the
that, Ms. Laura?
text.
What did you say about 11 now?
Eliminate
It's got
page
sharp
11.
to mine.
To strike page 11 from the strategic
Yeah,
plan
I wanted that.
in its entirety.
Can you give us more of a reason why? Is it, can you just explain it a little more?
Because it's factually inaccurate
Oh, okay.
and the citations that it's citing are not academically accredited and they're out of date. And I really don't think it's in our best interest as a school district to have this as a look on our strategic plan. And I don't think it summarizes where we've been and where we'd like to go and how we'd like to represent ourselves as a district.
Any discussion, board? Pastor
Madam
Gilbert?
President, I got a point of order. That was a motion?
Yes.
That's what I
Mm,
thought, okay.
okay,
I just didn't hear it. That's-
okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I need a point of information,
Mhm.
or a point of clarity. So this was gonna actually go into our strategic plan, am I understood? What is?
So this being omitted
Mhm.
doesn't have, it doesn't stop the 5 strategies.
Okay, but I'm just saying what, because I'm trying to understand what her motion is. So this was to go in our actual strategic plan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It was,
And so you're striking this from our actual strategic
eliminating
plan.
page 11, yes.
Okay,
I
I
guess
got
for
you.
me, I'm sorry, Carol, you done?
I'm done.
Okay, I guess for me, I want to know why it's in there. Is it just informational?
it was information about
Okay.
community education.
Okay.
That's the 6, when we were doing this, work, this came up in the conversations about the community education and the background for it.
Mhm.
And so that's why that was added as information from the team. And so
Who added it?
it was the administration at the time, along with, I think it was the MSU team supporting.
Is there any particular, I mean, can you be more specific? Because
Let him finish. You might forget one.
About people's names.
this is just very confusing to me. This
What
is,
what I'm saying, it was a background about the community education work that we were doing. And so this gave some history, just some background information about the history of the community education work. And so Board Member McIntyre just asking us to take that out.
Is there any more discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker.
So I'll just say I'm not a historian as it relates to the community education piece. So I definitely want to make sure what we have included is factual. But if I'm honest, the other thing is like, growing up in this community, everyone talks about their community school director, right? And so I think there's always, 2 sides to the story. I just want to make sure that the information, if we're going to, whatever we do with it, that the information in this document from a historical standpoint is factual.
so this information is factually inaccurate. There is an accredited university source from 2015 that supersedes this, that actually provide from a historian, from a professor, that contradicts this information. And in fact, my own research contradicts this information. And like I said, I think that it's ironic, given that we're in the month of February, Black History Month, that we are looking at a document that actually obfuscates and erases some of the community history in the city of Flint and whitewashes our segregationist past. This is not accurate information, and it does not benefit the Flint Community Schools.
So I'd just like to know what parts of this, so I can go back and fact check more of
So
what the concern is.
So Benson et al. Is from American Educator, which is not an accredited, it's a puff piece. It's not a peer-reviewed publication. If we wanted to look at an academic source from a historian that looks at the role of community education and the actual history of what transpired and how it originated, I think you will find that this information is, so you could look at Highsmith 2014, 2015.
Okay.
So I would challenge this information. It would not stand up to academic peer review. Let's just put it that way, at all.
Is it any more discussion?
Yes, I think things should be factual. I would question, and I'm not saying this is irrelevant, but I would question the relevancy of this in the strategic plan.
Absolutely.
And then if I look to page 9, I'm just wondering, and I'll be honest with you, I hadn't read either page 9 or 10, or 9 or 11 coming into the meeting. But then, like I said, I haven't read it, but I don't know what page 9 has to do with the strategic plan.
Either, right.
Correct. Yeah.
Exactly.
So in strategic plans, you give some knowledge of, you give some information up front about the why,
Mhm.
the why you're doing what you're doing.
Sure.
And the fierce urgency of now speaks to the urgency of now, of why we need to do the things we're doing. The information about the community education is just speaking about the importance of the community education in the community. It's just
Understand where you're coming from. And I guess I have no problem either way, but at what point do we, I'm looking at page 13. There's a picture there of some children.
Mhm.
I mean, what does that have to do with the strategic plan?
Right. I see. What you're saying.
And just where do we draw the line? I understand the informational piece, and I think it's good to have that in there, but
I don't have a problem with it being in there as long as the facts are correct. Like Laura said, I have
Yeah.
no clue if they're correct or not. So fact checking would be a benefit to me. But love or hate mod, they're a big part of our history here in Flint and the Flint community schools. So for me, I just would like to know if the facts are correct. If the facts are correct, I would say leave it there. We got, we would have to pick this thing apart. Like Mr. Delmarone said, there's some stuff in here that I'm like, what does that have to do with it too? So I don't know how the format should be for a strategic plan.
well, again, as I stated,
Mhm.
to move some of the work in the strategic plan, the board has every right to amend. It's even in the strategic plan to amend each year
Yeah.
as the board see fit to ensure that we're moving this in the proper direction. And if we don't amend, that means this is put on a shelf somewhere, right?
Right.
So amendments should happen as we continue to grow as a district.
Is there any more discussion, Mr. Walker?
Real quick, as this relates to our strategic plan conversation, this will also, like our conversation tomorrow will also help as it relates to informing in terms of like strategic plans, and I've been a part of them and how they come together, but also what ours should look like, correct?
It should start the conversation
Okay.
because I know that tomorrow she's gonna be dealing with us coming together and that conversation. And we did speak to her about having a conversation about the strategic planning and how we should move that.
Yeah. So where we at now, y'all?
Discussion.
Yeah, that's what we, any more discussion?
That's discussion in regards to
Mine.
Laura's
Yeah.
motion. Take it out.
Is there any more discussion?
Well,
Pastor Gilbert?
I kind of agree with my colleagues. I mean, I don't know. We know how most people feel about Dr. King, so
Right. Most
But-
people, but not everybody.
some people don't feel so well about the late
That's
Charles Stewart Mott. But
We're just talking about facts.
I think that Sister Laura is, I mean, it should be factual.
Mhm.
So I'm not necessarily saying it should be taken out, but I think that we gotta, as our board, we gotta continue to do things at a high level. And in order to do that, sometimes you do have to critique and separate things, not use them anymore. Now, some of this started prior to you becoming the superintendent.
Almost, yes, I was a part of the strategic
Right.
planning along with others in the
You was at
district.
the table, but you was not the leader. It was someone else, right?
No, and we revised
Right.
those spaces where my predecessor spoke and had her own words. We revised all of those things. However, we know the board hasn't really had an opportunity
To see.
to really find.
Yeah.
But I don't want to stop us from using the strategic plan,
Right.
is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And we're going to make amendments.
Yeah.
And if that is amendment that we can all go back and fact check and make sure that we know what, it's probably going to be other amendments that's
Right.
made.
Right.
But I don't want us to not move the word,
Okay.
is all I'm saying.
Thank you.
We know we're going to make amendments as we move forward.
Yeah.
But if the board decides tonight to take that piece out, that's the board's decision.
Is there any more discussion?
I just have just a quick, say, when we were talking about, wrong information, Miss McIntyre, before we make decision to take something out, let's find out what it is, bring us the right information, or what we're gonna replace it with, this with. The format to this strategic plan, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with the format, with the pictures in there, because the strategic plan has a lot of data and information in it. Should be accurate information. It is historical information. And so the person, the picture that they have on there, if she bring that information, maybe we can address it, take a vote on it, update it. But if we're gonna go through and say, well, I don't see why the pictures of the kids there, well, it's there for a reason, to draw attention to one of those, the points that they're making. So usually, it's not a board strategic plan. It has something to move your eyes and motivate you and to make you just kind of move forward. So when I see this right here, it kind of gives me a point where we're going, the direction we're going. Has nothing to do with the picture. It's just kind of bring you to the focus point where we're trying to go. I think that as we go through this strategic plan training tomorrow, I think we have a lot to see and do. And I'm kind of, 100% with Ms. McIntyre. She sees something wrong that we should address it. For years, we've been, we just been given false information. And it's just time for us as an educator to start to, putting these things in perspective. So if it's okay, yes, we could move forward, but with the understanding that there probably gonna be a lot of updated, because, I'm kind of tired of the false teaching. So I agree, and I don't know if you want to move forward. Was she making a motion? I think that's what we were
I
saying.
made a motion.
Yeah. Is there any more discussion? So the vote will be on the motion to remove page 11 from the strategic plan. As I call your name, give me a yes or a no. Joyce McNeil,
Let me think about it.
Okay. Mr. Walker?
No.
Laura McIntyre?
Yes.
Chris Del Marone?
No.
Pastor Gilbert?
No.
Myself is a no. Joyce McGinn?
I just do it for no one until further notice.
Motion failed, 6-1. So now we're gonna go back to the motion. 21.11. Okay, right. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Walker.
I'm going to make a motion that if there are mistakes that we find in here, including page 9, was it 9 or 11?
11 was the one Laura was talking about.
Yes, including page 11, that it be brought back before us with corrections.
Okay,
Support.
it's been properly moved and supported. Is there any discussion? As I call your name, the motion is to vote on bringing the correction back to the board to vote on.
Yeah, if there's any corrections,
If there's any
as we
correction.
move forward and especially that page 11 there.
Joyce McNeil,
Point of
I'm
information.
sorry. Ms. McIntyre.
So I'm assuming that that would be me making the corrections?
No,
Well,
he's going
no,
to.
I don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm just wondering who's gonna make these corrections?
You're talking about if there's a spelling error, if there is some non-factual information, right?
Yeah.
Right. If
Well,
you, if the board comes back and say that there's some corrections need to be made, the administration will make those corrections and bring it back to the board.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Fact check.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because I think Laura was saying there was some misinformation in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that page 11's wrong.
Okay, so I guess I'm assuming that the entire page 11 is not wrong. I don't know. But
Yes.
the entire page 11 is wrong. Okay.
okay, so, the vote is on the motion to bring back information to the board if it's incorrect, to vote on it. Joyce McNeil,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre,
So restate the motion if
Yeah.
there's something wrong.
Correction.
I don't,
Well, my assumption was that there was something, there was something
good fact.
not factual
Right.
on page 11.
right?
So
But the motion is if.
Right. Because,
if, in the sense of on page 11, whatever's bad information, that it be corrected. And moving forward, as we go through the strategic plan, if there's something wrong, that the corrections will be made and brought back to us
Okay. All right.
to
I just
say
was
yay or nay.
The wording was confusing me. I was trying to figure it out. Okay.
Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert,
Yes.
Chris Del Marone,
Yes,
and myself is a yes, motion passes 6-0. And we're going back to motion 21.11. To move, action item 2111. Is there any discussion? Any more discussion?
So the motion is to move forward the strategic plan as written
Yep,
with the understanding that it's a living document or that
because it's in the plan that it is.
it's,
Point of information. Ms. Laura, would you speak up, please?
oh, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you guys too.
Or any of us recognize, the administration will make sure that those changes are made.
So we're going to vote for it with errors.
I don't currently have factual errors in here for me.
There's
Unless,
not factual errors
For him.
for him.
Yeah.
Well, facts are facts, but.
Well, he
Okay.
hasn't done the work that, he let him.
I don't,
let him fact check
I don't
like he
have the
said.
information that you have
Right.
on the
Validated.
page 10.
11.
I don't, oh, 11, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's all right.
I don't have that.
He's going to fact check and he's going to bring it before the board as we just voted. So we're voting now on as is.
Okay.
Okay? Is there any more discussion? Whew. Seeing none, the motion to move action item 21.11 to the regular board meeting for adoption, I will conduct a roll call vote as I say your name, answer yes or no. Joyce McGill,
Yes.
Laura McIntyre,
No.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mr. Demaroni,
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert,
Yes.
myself is a yes, motion passes 6-0.
No, is it, oh, yes, because there's 7.
It's 6-0.
No. No, I
She said
said
no.
no,
6-1.
but there's 5-1.
Sorry, y'all. 5-1.
It's late.
Woo! Okay, thank you, Superintendent Jones. Seeing no further action, I declare this portion of the committee of the whole meeting adjourned. We will continue with the rest of the agenda. You're almost done. Is this where I go? Yeah, okay. At this time, I'm sorry.
Ms. Murphy.
Are we gonna complete this or we can move it?
Mhm.
Are we gonna complete this or?
Yeah, we got a couple more. We got 3 things. At this time, I will call the Academics Committee of the Whole to order. I will call upon Board Member Walker. Oh, is it?
You got presentation.
How long is your presentation, Kiana? Is it okay? Mr. Walker.
Miss Kiana.
Mr. Walker. That's my girl.
You are in the hot seat.
So I would like to call the Academics Committee of a Whole meeting to order. I will now call upon Ms. Murphy to present the items to the board for your special presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Murphy.
Just wanted to, we are obligated with the ESSER 3 application to come before the community to share what our application includes. That's one of the requirements. As you all know, we did go out and do the community forums and surveys to garner stakeholder feedback. I know we have one still scheduled, or a few still scheduled for the next coming week. So we just use the data that we currently had to build the application as we're preparing to continue those conversations with our community. So in this short presentation, I just wanted to identify what the allowable uses are for the ESSER funds for ESSER 3. And the 12 allowable uses are outlined there. This is not newly shared. We've shared this previously with the board, and you all have had these conversations with Ms. Sakowski, but just want to be 100%. This is the federal guidance on what these funds could be used and procured for. Our initial ESSER 3 application is, they released a portion of it, $66 million of it. And so that application is due on February 15th, and our application must reflect the stakeholder feedback that we've collected up until this point. On your PowerPoint slide number 6, this is just unanalyzed raw data from the survey that we distributed to families, community members. I'm sorry, I'm on slide 6. I'm trying to keep us going. Thank you, Stephen. So this just identifies that our community has a high need for us to have teachers and support staff in place. They want summer enrichment programs. They want counseling for students. They want student technology. And if you look at, and board members, you all have a detailed copy of the budget, you will see those items reflected in the budget because that's the feedback we received and that's the requirement. On the next slide, there's a question specifically around if we use funds to renovate schools, what would they like to see? Replacing the windows, new roofs, which, I know we've had a robust conversation this evening about HVAC, air circulation, ventilation. So we'll see those things outlined in the budget as well. But this is the feedback, just the raw data is unanalyzed, but this is what we receive feedback from. And then additional comments about what other initiatives or interventions would our community or stakeholders like to see. And these are just some of the comments that came from that. So taking this information, as well as the next slide is we had this conversation with our building principals as well. And so that's just a screenshot of what we call a jam board, thanks to Ms. McNeil. We did that with our principals where people could just add their comments in response to those questions. So we take that data to build our application based on the feedback that we've received up until this point. So this is just our opportunity to let the community know, to let you all know where the data came from, where the feedback came from in regards to building this application. And so I have a summary of that on the last slide of how we've allocated that $66 million for board members. You all have the full detail because this is coming to you as an action item this evening as well.
Point of information, Ms. Murphy, I don't have.
So this was an additional handout. Ms. Beard was an aside.
I don't have.
The one from tonight. One from tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, you got it.
I might have gave it. I think I did. Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all right, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Kyle.
So I'm done with that part of my presentation unless there's any questions that anyone has regarding what is contained in this PowerPoint, because this is an action item and we can have discussion about it or answer any questions. Okay, so we're gonna move right into the action items, Mr. Walker.
Yes, ma'am.
I take a motion in a second to move action item 24.1, authorization to renew Marzano online evaluation to the regular board meeting on February 16th, 2022 for approval.
So move.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion?
Wait, what? Oh, sorry.
We're on 20,
Chris was asking me for
sorry,
page
we're on 118, 24.1.
24.1.
Yep. Seeing none, the motion to move action item 24.1 to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Madam President Green.
Yes.
Trustee Del Marone.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert.
Yes,
And myself is a yes. The motion passes with a vote of 6 yes to 0 no. Ms. Murphy.
I seek a motion in a second to move action item 24.2, authorization to purchase items from the ARP Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Formula Funds ESSER 3 grant to the regular board meeting on February 16th, 2022 for approval.
So move.
Has been moved. Is there a second? It has been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, sorry.
What are the indirect costs?
Sure. So indirect costs, there's an indirect cost rate that's set for federal grants. It's an acknowledgement that the district assumes an additional burden in order to implement the federal program. So we can, it's an, say for instance, because we have to operate the lights or keep the custodial services provided, or because we're operating additional hours, it's a unfixed cost that we have that is prorated. So that's what the indirect costs are.
So the indirect costs on page 123 say 2,291,000, and here in your presentation it says 1,931,000.
So other costs are also included in there.
Okay.
And in that final budget column, there's an 8,000 column, that's other costs. And so that's for if we have to pay like for particular service. So that's a combined cost
Okay,
in
all right.
here of those.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion to move action item 24.2 to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Madam President Green.
From the school improvement grant FIG for fiscal year 21 to the regular board meeting on February 16th, 2022 for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Has been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Trustee McIntyre.
So I'm still waiting to hear more detailed information about the IB program and the dual enrollment program and why under our tenureship of the SIG grant, why those programs were eliminated. And I've requested this information now for over a year. I still don't have.
I thought we did give you information on that, but I don't have any
No,
historic.
it was determined that nobody knew. I don't have any documents. I don't have any information. Just like reported maybe conversations. So I need that information.
So I don't act, at this point, I would, even speaking to the ones that were over this program, I don't know where to get it from. If the district if there's any, I don't know where to get it from. Because we talked to the principals, we talked to those that were over the IB program, and I asked them to give me any information they had 6 or 7 months ago. And that's when our email exchange was happening, and I gave you what they gave me. And so even when my predecessor was here, I got as much as I can get. I wasn't here, so I only can get what the district gives me or people that were in that program. I don't know where else to look for what the IB program done when we had it before. I don't know where else to get that information is what I'm saying.
I appreciate your situation. This isn't a critique of you, but I think this is absolutely unconscionable that we do not have the institutional memory in this district to justify or explain how we eliminated 2 very successful programs that drew enrollment to our district, the International Baccalaureate Program and the dual enrollment. We have a dual enrollment program with the University of Michigan Flint that is servicing all of the Lake Fenton, Davison, Clio. I mean, the list goes on and on. Every school, well, I was going to say every school except Flint schools, except it does service Powers. So why we cannot get any information, and excuse me for the frustration. It is not directed to you. It is not directed to you, but this is unbelievable. This is one of the reasons why I ran to get on the board, and we need this information.
Oh, sorry, are you done, Ms. Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Madam President.
I wasn't trying to cut her off, but since Mr. Jones has expressed, what he can and can't do, how about we look into getting it started up again? How about we look into that? Because that's what we can do. If he can't get it, I'm not sure, it's unfortunate because he should be able to, but since he can't, we can't.
Well, I'm confused about why we can't. Where are our records? Where are our, this isn't that this isn't like ancient history. Where are the records or where are the documents?
I set up a meeting with the people that actually did it. And those of you who want to know, and that's all I can do. I don't know where these documents.
Okay, I like I said, I can appreciate that. I don't accept the fact that information is not there. And I think that we need to do a deeper dive, a deeper look. And this is important. Because if we can figure out one of the pieces of the puzzle as to why our district is imploding and crumbling and disintegrating, this might give us some of the answers as to why we're in the position that we're in. And I with all due respect to both of you, I refuse to accept the fact that we can't find the information. I believe that it's not that far in the past. This is what we're talking about, the span of 5 years. So please, can we do another look? Maybe.
So can I have, just for a point of clarification, for documentation for why the IB program was dissolved, is that the ask? So
why the IB program was dissolved and why the dual enrollment, the DEEP program with the University of Michigan Flint, why it
So even if
was
those
summarily
were-
dismissed.
So even if those were, for instance, board resolutions that
Mm-hmm.
came before the board at that time to, or I'm just asking what type of documents, because I don't, if we discontinue the program, I don't know what documents we would have to show that maybe we stopped funding it or.
Meeting minutes, maybe, I mean,
Okay, that's
we,
what, I guess I want to know what specific documents would you like for us
I
to
want to
retrieve?
finish.
All right,
I didn't get to finish.
sorry.
oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. But as I was saying, I understand Laura's acts. I get, I understand that, but in the present, moving forward, let's look into starting up again. Since it's so beneficial to children, let's start it up again. What does it take for us to do that? So with the offer of having whoever was running the program to come talk to board or have a meeting, I think that's a good idea.
And-
Because that way we can start from here and move forward and reignite the programs. That's my hope, especially since I've heard a lot of good things about them from Laura. I had never heard that before, but let's see.
can I just, let me just I'm sorry to interrupt everybody,
That's
but
all right.
let me just say with full disclosure that I do teach currently
Mhm.
for the U of M Flint Deep Enrollment Program, and I'm currently in the Fenton schools.
Okay.
So this is, I don't know if this could be perceived as a conflict of interest. This is not my intent at all. It's not about me working or
Right.
teaching this class or anything like that. It has, I just want it to be full transparency out there.
Right, I appreciate that. But like I said, let's move forward. I mean, if you can get the stuff for it, great, as a board member's request, but let's look into getting it going again.
Trustee McNeil?
On that note, we are the board, we have the power to make things happen. We can make a motion and bring those programs back if we have that power. We don't need that back statement, all that back data. We can just make a motion, and start to working on bringing that program back. We don't have to keep beating the horse because you're not gonna get the data from the looks of it. And I just said that we're the board. If this is what the board desire, the board, I love those programs, dual enrollment programs, then we, as the board, we just make a motion, take a vote, and just move on.
Pastor Gilbert, I saw your hand.
I was only going to say that if it's a policy issue or if it's something by way of archive or something of that nature, I think Madam President is correct that going forward, the board has to initiate. We want to know why things wasn't done. I don't put that off, but I think we've got to continue to drive forward. And I think that's what Ms. Murphy was saying about what is it that you particularly want, or what are you requesting? And Sister Laura, she told her exactly what she wanted, and that's a start right
Yeah.
there. That's the way it's supposed to work. Because if we don't do it that way, then, we're going to continue to spin our wheels, because Superintendent Jones, he got to come in and he just can't just do some hocus pocus type of thing, because that's where the trust factor of the board and the superintendent and then the administration. So I think that's important that Ms. Murphy is going to do all she can, and she'll probably bring back something that I may not like, but she kept her part to work in unity with the board. That's what we have to do.
Trustee McIntyre?
So yes, I understand that you guys think I'm beating a dead horse. However, as systems, like from a systems perspective, what we have is a breakdown in the system. And until we identify what went wrong and why it went wrong, it's going to keep going wrong. And with all due respect, I support my current superintendent and have faith and trust and lots of love. And I'm really excited about moving forward with our district. However, the same cannot be said for previous administrations, even before I was on this board. which is when these decisions were made, which is when I eliminating those programs are still acting in the same way today, and that we're still dealing with this culture of decision-making and of community partners who are not acting in our best interest. And I believe these programs were intentionally dismantled, and I think we deserve to know, and I think we deserve to have it uncovered, because it's not going to move forward if we don't fix what's broken in the past, with all due respect.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion to move action item 24.3 to the regular board meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please reply yes or no to approve. Madam President Green.
Yes.
Trustee Del Moran.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
No.
Trustee Gilbert.
Yes.
And myself is a yes. The motion passes with a vote of 5 yeses and 1 no. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Seeing no further action, I declare the Academics Committee of the Committee of the Whole meeting adjourned. I now turn the floor back over to Madam President for the rest of the agenda.
Thank you, Board Member Walker, and thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Yes, thank you.
Before we adjourn, do any board members have any comments? Pastor Gilbert?
Yes.
Start there.
I think our meeting was long, but it was very resourceful, and we got the job done. And I commend our board and our colleagues for doing that, because that's what we have to do. And I think Dr. McNeil said something earlier on, early part of the night, where the board has the power. We have, and this is what we have to do. And we have to exercise that on the behalf of the stakeholders, the community partners, those that we are comfortable with and those that we're uncomfortable with. We just have to remember the stated course. And then on this last note, I would say that Superintendent Jones, I saw you and the president on TV, and y'all were looking good and represented the district and the board quite well. And Brother Walker was there and the kids was there. And my son, I guess, he must have seen it on his phone. And he said, Dad, he said, why wasn't you there? I said, well, son, I didn't have time to shave or whatever. But I appreciate that. And I think that's what we have to do. We got to put the best foot forward. We got to continue to do that. And we'll get there. It's going to take a lot of work and heavy lifting involved. But we're well able and we'll make it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Demaroni.
Yes, thank you. One thing, our Community Relations Committee will be meeting Monday at 10 a.m. I also went to the Genesee County Association of School Board Members last month. There were 17 members there, and they said it was the most that had ever been there, or at least in a very long time. No one seemed to be able to remember. In February, they're going to, well, where are we at here? Yeah, in February here, which we meet next week, they're going to try and get some legislators to come in. In March, they'll be having a program on special education at the meeting. December 8th is some type of Christmas party, I guess they put on every year. In the past, it's been held at Frankenmuth.
Yeah.
And let's see what else I have here. GSI, Genesee County Association of School Board Members, they want to know who that alternate is, if the administration can notify them.
Pastor Gilbert, we voted on it tonight, Pastor Gilbert.
Yes, but I mean, just so they have let me say a formal letter from you or
So
what?
who am I sending this to exactly?
It would go to, I can, well, my phone went dead on the battery. How about if I text you tomorrow? Or
Yes, sir.
email you?
No
Okay.
problem.
And the other thing, you know, I guess we did that ribbon cutting thing with the water this week. You know, I'm thinking, I think it was Mr. Musk that donate, Elon Musk from Tesla that donated that. I think it might be good to give him another thank you. I think he probably already received one initially, but another thank you, maybe even like a picture of the ribbon cutting or something. He would be.
We're preparing something for him to send.
Okay, because, okay, that's great. Because I think he would be a great partner for our school district. Just, you know, he's already started with the water. Maybe there's more in there for him to help us out on the deep pockets. And, you know, I've heard that we have a shortage of nurses for the
We're
district.
down about 3 nurses.
My thought was, you know, many nurses have left the hospitals and that, just for a variety of reasons. They have to, they can't, you know, wear masks. They just burn out from the amount of work. So, you know, there might be an opportunity to pick up some nurses from the area hospitals that have just said, yeah, I'm all done here, because they don't want to be exposed to COVID. They're exposed much more in the hospital than in the schools. But I think that's all I have. Thank you.
And I'll just say this, thank you, Mr. Demarone, for setting up your subcommittee. That's a good job, and I hope everybody else is doing the same. So we can kind of hopefully get out of here before midnight. And I know we all agree that the subcommittee meetings are very important. So that's it for me.
I just think before we leave that we really look at making a motion, not here tonight, but look at bringing the dual enrollment back. And it's not a big request, it's not a big deal. Look at taking care of that and getting that out there, because we've been talking about that for a year. And so I just think that we'll start off, maybe our next meeting, Ms. McIntyre, put it on the agenda, doing the dual enrollment. And just make that as academic, so that's no big deal. And I just want to thank you guys for, thank Ms. Laura Sullivan and Laura McIntyre, because she was adamant about kept pushing it and pushing it. And so the board really appreciate the little work that Dr. Laura Sullivan did as well. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. McIntyre?
Yeah, just real quick. I believe that you all got an email from Dr. David Luke about the land acknowledgement. I did speak with him, and now hopefully we're building the beginning of a beautiful relationship with U of M Flint's Intercultural Center. He has a lot of resources to offer us. He's been speaking with Superintendent Jones. I'd like to ask the board if we could just have him. You had questions about what a land acknowledgement was in the context, and he also gave me additional information about how he generated his, and given that we're in the same land, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So maybe if we invited him just to answer some questions or just give you a little bit of background, and then we can formally resolve and adopt doing a land acknowledgement, either with the Pledge of Allegiance or in place of it. And then the second thing I had, oh God, I'm having a brain fart. Oh, there was a second thing, and now I'm so tired. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll think of it as soon as you convene the meeting. But there was just, yeah, there was one other thing. But thank you.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just.
Our next regular board meeting will be held on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. Seeing no further action, I declare the board committee of the whole meeting adjourned.
We got our strategic plan meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the announcement.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, it ain't on here, but yeah. Governance and strategic plan meeting starts at 6 o'clock. right? 6 to 9.
And there will be some bidders.
There will be some biddles.
That'd be some what?
Biddles.
Oh,
Time
good.
is 12:04.